This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced.
Welcome everyone to the Chennai Grand Masters day number 4. What an exciting tournament this has been so far. We've seen some amazing attacking chess from all the players. And to take over today's coverage, I have two amazing co-hosts with me, Kinsho and Sahaj. Sahaj, how has been your experience so far in this event?
It's been very topsy-turvy, so many nail-biting, matches, especially games of Vidit, games of Nihal, games of Vincent. All of them have been super exciting to watch. And today also we have a very exciting matchup. Incho, based on all the games, which game are you looking forward to the most?
To be honest, I'm looking most forward to Vincent and Anish's game because obviously, Vincent is on 3 out of 3, but he's not going to have an easy time today against Anish. We know that he's an extremely solid player, one of the tops. So I'm sure it's going to be a very difficult time to Vincent, and excited to find out how this is going to turn out.
And of course, Arjun is going to be chasing Vincent like insane. He is not going to put that pedal down. And of course, he plays Nihal Sarin today, who's not had the best event. He's played some fantastic chess up till that final moment. So what is going on in Nihal's mind right now? He has the white pieces, but he's facing an in-form Erigaisi Arjun.
So I think when it comes to his opening, preparation, I think he has done basically the best out of all the players that I've seen so far. He had an amazing position against Anish. He had a very good position against Vincent, and he was basically winning against Vidit as well. But as you mentioned, when it comes to those time pressure crunch moments, something is missing. And playing against Arjun while you're not technically, feeling your best is maybe not the best situation. However, he's playing with the white pieces, so that does give him some extra motivation. What do you think about that, Nisha?
Definitely, I think Nihal, for some reason, Nihal is going to, try to prove it that he is back in the game, that he's able to beat or at least compete with Arjun today. And I'm honestly hoping for him that he's gonna find his way to bounce back and show that he is one of the masters truly. Although I know that it's gonna be a tough game, not only because it's Arjun, but also mentally it's quite challenging.
I saw the players coming in a bit late today. Maybe it's the preparation. Yeah? They want to prepare till the very end. They know we are reaching the crunch phase of the tournament. This is where some people just move forward from the pack. Some people lag behind, and it's going to be all fire on the board. I think Sahaj and Kinshu today. And who do you think will be the leader of the event after round number 4?
In the Masters setting, can theoretically just be Arjun and Vincent. However, I think Arjun is playing with the black pieces against Nihal. And Nihal, although not having the best tournament, still in the open phase, very, very dangerous player. So I'm not sure what's going to happen there. However, Vincent is playing with white against Anish. So I would say, Vincent being 3 out of 3, even though he's playing against Anish, I'm going to have to say that he does seem to have a better chance. They have played 13 games against each other, Vincent and Anish. And out of them, 10 have been draws. Vincent has won once. And Anish has won twice. And then last game was in Tata Steel, which also ended in a draw. So maybe, Vincent makes a draw, and Arjun also makes a draw, and, the standings don't change much in this scenario.
Yeah, that would be fair. And what do you think about Vidit Kinsho? Because yesterday he had a spectacular win. He was so happy yesterday to win that game, that nerve-wracking game. How does he approach the situation today? Does he kind of think, okay, I'm playing Pranav, who's, let's say, not the strongest player in the event. I could potentially get another win under my belt and kind of inch towards potentially winning this event. So what is going on in his mind right now?
I think that his win yesterday is going to push him to do his best today. And although he's playing with the black pieces, I do have a feeling that he's gonna go for the win, even if it's gonna be one of those slow burn games. I definitely think that he's gonna push for the win because he found his balance back, and despite the early complications, he did manage to gather himself mentally and strike back. And I think that this is going to help him quite a lot today.
Yeah. I think that's a great point because beating Nihal in time pressure definitely brings him confidence, right? Because Nihal is known to be that one, sort of this beast, especially when it comes to bullet and faster formats. I mean, he's basically unstoppable. And Vidit, of course, is known to have issues with time pressure and stuff like that. So beating Nihal in that scenario definitely would bring some confidence back for Vidit.
Yep, and we can see the ceremonial move being played any moment now. And it's the host of the YouTube channel, Labor Law Advisor. Have you seen that, Sahaj?
Sorry?
The host of the YouTube channel, Labor Law Advisor. Have you seen that channel before?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you should definitely check it out. Amazing content there, I think. And which mode are we kind of having the ceremonial?
So let's talk about the challenges section.
Yeah.
Because we have a birthday boy playing in the challenges section today, Diptayan Ghosh. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday to Diptayan Ghosh. And I think he shares his birthday with India number 1, Prague as well. So happy birthday to both of them.
Yeah.
And Diptayan plays against Harshavardhan, the only international master in the entire event. Iniyan versus Aryan, Pranesh versus Adhiban. I really would love to check that out. And there is Leon versus Harika and Abhimanyu versus Vaishali.
Very interesting. We can see Anish and Vincent there having a laugh at something. I don't know what the reason was. And the game's about to begin. Of course, players might be friends off the board, but on the board, they're out for blood. They want to win this tournament. Of course, they don't even have a rest day now. So it's going to be extremely tiring as we move on through the days.
Exactly, especially because, just a quick reminder, there is no additional time after move 40, which means that the players have 90 minutes, both of them. And only the 30 seconds increment is going to keep the games going. So it's definitely, difficult, especially if you're used to the other format. And this is also the reason why we're getting so many interesting games, so many decisive games. And I'm sure that today is not going to be any different. And I'm hoping that actually we're going to see a lot of interesting games and a lot of surprises, maybe.
Yeah, and I think we have liftoff, if I'm not mistaken. I can see move number 1 being played on all the boards, and we start with Nihal's board there against Erigaisi Arjun, because what an important game this is. 2 Indian talents fighting it out. Knight F3 played by Nihal Sarin. What opening are we going to see here, Saj?
Knight F3 is always, this is of course a ready opening, historically speaking. White can go with G3, Bishop G2, short castle, and this is the mainstream sort of way to go because you keep all the cards on the table. Besides Knight F3, there's also this idea of E3, which I think Anish has been employing quite a bit recently. And then there is another variation with B3, which I think at this point we all know who loves. But yeah, there's Knight F3 C4 as well. So I think Knight F3 is a very flexible opening for White here, and it really depends on how Arjun will respond. And you can see Arjun very focused, sort of collecting his thoughts there. It really depends how Arjun will respond, because Arjun also has a lot of flexible choices here on the first move itself. So I guess we will wait and see.
And Arjun, of course, openings matter to him a lot. He's been very well prepared. I would say one of the best prepared players in the world in the last 6 months or year. So he's trying to figure out what openings can Nihal transition into. Is he planning C4? Is he planning B3, as you mentioned? Is he planning G3, E3? So many options. Nihal not revealing his cards right now. How emotional do you think Nihal is right now, Kinshuk? Because as you mentioned, not having the best of finishes. So maybe the opening battle matters to him a lot more. If he can catch Arjun in, some preparation, that might really ease off things.
I think this is definitely a tough time for Nihal. And, after such tough day yesterday, and I mean, even this tournament has been quite a difficult time. I think it's very, very important for him to be able to keep a clear mind and, not get into that phase when you're just spiraling down and just thinking that, oh my God, I'm gonna have a difficult time again, and what am I gonna do? So it's definitely very, very important for him to keep himself calm. And, we have seen that a lot of players, are prepared for such situations when you have to collect yourself. We always see Vidit, collecting himself a bit, closing his eyes, just preparing mentally as well. And I think he also has to find this way to keep a clear mind.
Black Lotus sort of helping him, especially in crunch moments as well. By the way, Arjun responds with Knight to F6.
Yeah.
So symmetry there.
Nobody wants to reveal any ideas. Yeah. Okay, you tell me what structure are you aiming for first. Basis that I will decide. Am I going to play E6? Am I going to play G6? Am I going to play C5? So Arjun also keeping all options open, and we see pawn to B3. Wow.
Go. We finally have it. When it's AD. Why?
AD is forgotten about his game already. He's chilling Nihal's game. He's supporting Nihal now. And of course, that means Nihal is likely to put the bishop on B2. Maybe even goes bishop G2 at some point. So he's not really in for an opening battle. That's very interesting, because I thought from Nihal's perspective, maybe I would go for some theoretical line and try to confuse Arjun there. But he's still backing himself. I can win this against Arjun even in a long game.
Absolutely. So, and B3 does, very, very, it definitely does ask a question. And meanwhile, I believe Arjun will think a bit in this position, right? Because
okay,
maybe not. He goes C5. I think a very logical move there is no. If White goes bishop to B2, I guess he's thinking to respond with Knight to C6 and see where the position goes from there. Generally speaking, I tend to prefer black in these positions simply because I think it's a personal choice. But Nihal once again has been coming up with these crazy ideas, and I'm very excited to see what's on store for him today. And by the way, I would also like to draw attention to the all-American matchup here between Robson, Ray, and Liang. I wonder because there is gonna be some fire on the board in this. In this position, we have the Italian opening, so we have c4, black plays bishop to c5, c3, very logical move, knight f6 and d3, and black plays d6 here. So d6, I think, sort of allowed white to play this bishop to g5, and now what happens here is black has to castle on the short. So h6 happens, bishop goes to h4, of course, and now black has to castle on the short side, but that pin on the f6 knight is always going to remain. And to get rid of the pin, black has to play g5. And the moment you play g5, it's fire on the board.
Liang mentioned yesterday, he sometimes doesn't understand chess without the eval bar. So I'm going to say maybe you're going to see a crazy attack here from both sides. G5 would be amazing, would be fire on the board, absolutely, with both sides not committing their kings yet. Hinshu, I think between these two players, do you think they'll play it safe, maybe take a draw? Do you think we are going to see G5 and it'll be an insane battle?
To be completely honest with you, I don't think that they're going to go into at least an early draw. So since Awonder won yesterday, I think he's definitely going for some crazy attacks. Even maybe this G5 will arrive at some point. And with both of these players, they're both really creative. Amazing at tactical. Tactics, and I think you're gonna see an interesting game, and I really don't think that they're gonna go into at least
So just to add things into perspective, Robson and Awonder Liang have played 8 times total. By the way, all classical games. Each time there was a classical game, and Robson has been sort of leading that with 6-2. So historically speaking, their score is 6-2. And their most, and it's not like they played in 2016, 2017. The last classical game that went into sort of a decisive victory was for Robson in the US Championships in 2024. So definitely one of the players, if you historically have a good score against one specific player, then you're going to play, I think, as much as possible, regardless of the color. So I definitely agree with you, Kinsho. I think he is going to play here. Both of them are going to play here.
And also, they might know that Vichy sir is coming in to commentate on their games today. I mean, if I was playing, I would say I want Vichy sir's insights on my own game. So they will track that game longer regardless of what happens. So very interesting game right now, and both players thinking maybe we switch to the Pranav against Vidit game, where we have quite a solid structure from both players. Saj, maybe take us through the game.
So this is, I think, the Berlin defense with knight f6 actually had a very nice game right before I came to Chennai in this exact opening with rook e1, black plays bishop e7, and now bishop f1, knight takes knight. This knight takes knight is an important move because if you don't take, then white retreats his knight back to f3, and that knight on d6 becomes a very awkward piece to sort of move around. So black goes knight takes e5, rook takes e5, very much in theory, short castle, now d4, bishop to f6, and now he plays a very strange move, rook to e2. If there are any Tata Steel fans here, you will remember there was a game of Magnus and Gukesh where Magnus played rook to e1 and he went into this very cool endgame. I believe it was some rook endgame where Magnus won the game towards the end. I think it was a rapid match. But rook e2 is an improvement over it. Rook e2 I don't think it is that popular, right?
Yeah, I think around 1600 games in total and only 100 games with rook e2. So it is definitely an idea that Pranav has come up with. And now Vidit has to decipher it over the board, which is never easy.
To be honest, it's not even not even an easy choice because, rook e2 just doesn't look, that natural to the eye. You're blocking the bishop. We always want to rather put it back on e1, right?
Of course.
I think it's very important to at least understand why is rook e2 an improvement?
I think probably, optically speaking, I'm guessing there must be some deep opening idea in this position that we don't, understand from the naked eye. But I'm guessing from just one view, it makes sense that if black ever plays rook e8, black has to take rook e2, right? So instead of capturing back with our queen, we can capture back with our bishop, which kind of activates it. Then we can maybe put our bishop to f3 at some point. That could be one of the reasons. But I'm sure the idea is way deeper than that. And we won't be able to decode it, without the help of with a couple of hours. But it is a cool, improvement altogether. Once again, Nihal coming up with these very, very cool ideas early on in the opening and getting his opponent, on the board. And
Very interesting game, I think. I think we'll see how Vidit deciphers it. Of course, Vidit was in time pressure yesterday, hoping he plays a bit quicker today. Yeah? We saw how close it got against Nihal, even though he was better. Now, we move on to the next game. That is the leader of the event, Vincent Keymer against Anish Giri. The solid Anish. Yeah, it's very hard to break that wall. The Rahul Dravid of chess, if you can call him. And Sahaj, looking at the position, we see another B3 and Bishop B2.
Oh, it's a B3 day, I think. It's a good day, I think.
Maybe they listen to you, actually.
But it's a collie system, I think, very, very typical these days at the top level, because you get to keep all the pieces on the board, and you have different sort of ideas. You can push C4 here, you can push E4 here, you can play Knight E5 and F4 here, which is a typical collie setup. So all of these different ideas give you different flexibility, and you can get your opponent to think over the board. I think it's a nice idea from Vincent. I think he's definitely out to play for a win here. And if you look at the position, there is this symmetry when it comes to the pawn structure, right? All the pawns are basically at the same square in comparison to each other. The only difference is that white's bishop is on D3, which is a much more active piece, and black's bishop is on E7, which is comparatively passive to white. So slight preference to white here. I wouldn't say white has an advantage, but I would say white has a slight preference. If we said which color you would choose, I think most people would choose the white color here.
And Vincent's perspective on this game, right, Kichu? So we saw him yesterday 3-0. Even he was pleasantly surprised by his performance. Do you think now he's like, okay, I am in the lead, I'm on +3, I don't need to do anything crazy, I just have to wait it out? Do you think he's still thinking I have to go for the win, or is he kind of toned down his aggressiveness a bit?
That is actually a very, very good question, because, we were thinking that, okay, he's on 3 out of 3 and, now he can chill. But what I predict is going to happen is that he will try to, push as much as he can. But when, he feels like, maybe there is even some resistance, or it's not possible as much, then he might actually, think that, okay, I might take it a bit easy and, go have dinner, have an early dinner, go prep. But I am really, really rooting for some action, some push on this board.
Just to add on to your point, of course he's going to play for a win, simply because there is Arjun right behind, and we know he's not going to stop at nothing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sahil, in the previous edition, Arjun came second in this event, right? He also has something to prove in this event. So, and he's only half a point behind. And just to let everyone know, besides Vincent and Arjun, the next player is on 1.5. That means there is a 1 point difference between the rest of the field. So it's just between the two of them, just after round 3. So definitely not easy for anyone here.
Yeah, and Anish, of course, you can see him there drinking water in the shadows, like a dark night. And of course, he wants to not only steal the pawns after the game, but during the game, would love to grab some material there. And Vincent, of course, will try to push as well. So I think we've looked at all the games, only one remaining, that is Karthikeyan against Jorden. And what do you make of this position? Because I see another E4, E5 structure, and a Spanish on the board, knight takes E4, takes. And
Berlin endgame.
Berlin, nice.
The typical Berlin endgame. Well, that's an interesting point there, because Jorden kind of offered that Berlin draw by going into this variation, and Karthikeyan did not go for it. So Karthikeyan is playing for a win here.
Wow. Very interesting. And
so maybe we can show it to our audience what the Berlin draw looks like just for a second. So instead of bishop takes c6 on move 6, white can technically take a draw in this position by going d takes e5. Black goes knight takes b5. White goes a4. Knight d4, knight takes d4. This is all forced, by the way. If anyone deviates from this, it's going to be a draw. So it's going to be worse for that specific player. Take 6 and just queen e4, queen e6, queen d4, queen d6.
This
you can keep repeating.
Draw between Gokesh and Magnus as well, right? So I think Gokesh played this exact opening when he needed the draw. He was aiming for second place, I think. But they did not go for this. And now we are in this position. I think this is the game which is the most advanced. So players are the best prepared.
And I believe that Karthikeyan maybe didn't go in this draw game, because they actually both lost yesterday, and I believe that maybe Karthikeyan declined this draw offer sort of, because he felt like maybe Jordan did offer this draw, so he can take it easy, and he's trying to play this mind game. I offer you an early draw, but I am going against it because I know that maybe you're tired, that maybe you're disappointed, so I'm gonna push because maybe you feel a bit down. So I feel like there is also some mind games here.
Absolutely. Also, just to add on to this point, Jordan had a black yesterday. He lost the game and now he has another black. So losing the game and playing black again may not be the most ideal situation for someone. So I think that makes a lot of sense why you didn't go for it. And of course, at this level, you don't want in a classical match to see another boring Berlin draw. Of course, Karthikeyan also, this is a great opportunity for him to play in this event as well. So I think I think it makes perfect sense why he would want to play.
Yep. So we've had a look at all the games, and if we can quickly jump back to the Nihal against Arjun game 1. So we've had a couple of Yanchetos there: knight c6, e3, g6, knight c3, d6, and this is the current position. And if I ask you to choose a color, white or black, which side would you prefer playing with? Sahaj, what would be your choice?
Whichever side Arjun is on. I'm not going to look at the board, but no, I'm just kidding. But generally speaking, I prefer black in such situations because I don't generally play this b3, bishop b2 setups with the white pieces. So I would feel more comfortable playing this from the black side, simply because of a personal choice, not because of what I think in the position. Objectively, I still think black has a slight advantage. I think the bar also more or less shows that. So yeah, I think. Black has the central control. Black's going to castle in the next move, get the bishop out, get the queen out. All the pieces look so perfectly placed for black, whereas for white, it feels a bit weird. Like having the bishop on b2, the knight on c3 feels a bit weird. If I could just pick the pawn up from c2, and if I could just put it on c4, maybe I will choose white here. That pawn on c2 looks a bit weird to me. It feels like it's a bit passive in this position. What would you say, Sanjay?
I agree, and I think we will have the eval bar soon, but I think I need a bar of how often Arjun sits at the chair and how often he's standing again, because we started the game and Arjun was behind the clock. Yeah, he took those 3 minutes for the first move itself. Since then, he's not taken any time at all. So I think Arjun's preparation has been so spectacular over the last year. It's not a surprise that he's the India #1. And not to forget, his rating is 278, 2.6 or something like that. So he's inching towards that spot. Yeah, Hikaru's world #2 spot, bit by bit. And if he wins today, he crosses 275.
Wow, that is insane.
Actually crazy.
Also, Nihal and Arjun have had the most matches against each other in this tournament. A total of 62 times they have played against each other. 18 wins for Arjun, 15 wins for Nihal, and 29 draws in total. That is insane, and most of them being online games. So in the online format, Arjun does have the upper hand against Nihal, which I think is insane.
Yeah, very interesting. Arjun still taking a walk there, completing his 10,000 steps. Very important, by the way. It's very important, regardless. And Nihal rarely looks at the board. I think most guys have a preference, right? So either they're looking at the board and calculating, some look at the wall. What's your preference, Kinshu and Raj?
I personally always look at the board. I mean, I can try to visualize sometimes. I look away when I feel like, I'm stuck in the current position and I can't really move forward. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, I like to look at it and, I like to visualize it in like this 3D, based on the board. So that's my preference. What do you think?
I like to say that I don't look at the board because, it's cooler, but I have to look at the board in order to concentrate properly, especially if it's a classical game. I think it's really, really, really important to do that. And what about you, Sahil? What do you prefer?
I think I'm going to copy Nihal. So whatever Nihal is doing, I'll look in that direction. Maybe I also see what he's seeing. Yeah, that's my solution there. But of course, Nihal right now under pressure, half a point out of 3 at the bottom of the standings. He needs a win, and he would love to win against India #1. That would be a huge confidence booster.
Absolutely. And by the way, I would really like to jump to a game here between Robson and Awonder Liang, because the question of whether they go into an early draw or not has been answered for you guys right now. Look at this move. G5, white goes bishop to G3, and now knight to G8. What?
Wow.
The knight was just out to F6, and now it went back to G8 for whatever reason. And it seems like a good move.
This is insane, right? So you, in the opening, are taught you should develop your pieces, bring them into the game, move them towards the center, not undevelop them. Yeah, knight goes back to g8, basically stops. Of course, you don't want to castle anyways, but maybe the idea is to bring the knight here, and come to f4, maybe.
No, the idea was to defend the g5 pawn.
Oh wow!
He could play
Wow.
H5.
Exactly, move h5 on the board with the idea of h4, and you sort of attack this bishop on g3.
We already mentioned this yesterday, but we asked Liang, what he's kind of predicting, what he would be happy with, and he mentioned that he would like to lose maximum 2 or 3 times. So after yesterday's game, he definitely has a lot of confidence, and he's going for the win today, and he's not disappointing us so far. And also look at his time, like he just completely blitzed out all of his moves. So I'm not sure if this is preparation, if maybe he did find this at home, or like he did prepare this, or maybe he just woke up and just said, good, I'm just gonna have some fun today.
No, I think this is preparation 100%. Yeah, 1 hour 34 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think preparation, because you don't play a move like knight g8, and also that move is a top move of the engine.
Yeah.
Right. That never happens unless it's preparation. So I think definitely he's very much in prep, and looks very, very scary for Robson.
By the way, as Robson ponders over his next move, why has the bar shifted in the Nihal and the Arjun game? What just happened? Because this is where we left it, right? And now Nihal plays knight e4, so he's using this spin. If you take on e4, he can take on g7, spoil your castling. Arjun doesn't want to deal with it. He plays pawn to e5, blocking that bishop completely. And now knight to g3 was apparently a slight error from Nihal Sarin in the opening, which is surprising because he himself went in for this structure. And now castles. And the bar is saying, you know what? Black is better, and I'm going to trust Awonder Liang here. Yeah, I'm going to trust the bar.
I'm guessing this is some miss during the prep, or maybe he's misremembering things, because when you play a move like b3, as we talked about this a bit earlier, that there are many setups that black can throw at you, and all of those setups have a different way that you must react to. Now maybe in somewhere in Nihal's mind, he remembers the position with g6, the final position on the board, but maybe it's slightly different. Maybe instead of the pawn on c5, the pawn is on c7. Maybe instead of the pawn on e5, the pawn is on e7. And in that position, this setup is completely fine. But I think, yes, something definitely went wrong here, because this does not look like Nihal's prep. You can also look at his time, an hour and 22 minutes versus an hour and 25 minutes. And it does not look like it was Nihal who out-prepped Arjun here.
Yeah, and also, sometimes the fact that Arjun is thinking, it's not something he's seen before, so he knows maybe, okay, I've not seen this before, maybe what Nihal has done is not the best, and he's trying to figure out what is the best refutation of this structure. And right now, black has too much space in the center, too many pawns. Imagine at some point the f pawn could come in, and as of now, the best move, for example, is that tricky move pawn to h5, just to kick that knight at some point, yeah?
I feel like today, and actually in this whole tournament, we see a lot of these h4, h5 pushes. So this might be, the theme of this tournament. But yes, I do agree with you, Saj. I do feel like this was maybe like a small mishap with remembering for your preparation. And I just feel like Arjun is like, okay, I know that this is wrong. Like, you have your file prepared, and you remember that this is not in the file.
Absolutely. I'll tell you a story here. I was playing a tournament this year in Turkey, in Cheshme Open. One of my opponents played this weird knight f3, e3, b3 setups against me, similar to what Nihal did today. And he played a wonderful game against me and absolutely crushed me with the white pieces. And then I thought, you know what, I'm going to try and learn this setup from the white side and see how things go. And actually, for the qualifiers of the Chennai Masters, I had prepared this exact opening for the white side, but I was just not confident enough to play it, simply because of the amount of options that black can throw at you and how much you have to remember from the white side itself. And this is what I think happened in Arjun's game. So yeah, I think Arjun probably looking very comfortable. Moves like h5, moves like bishop d7 are definitely very, very, I would say it's comfortably better here. No compensation as far as I can see from the white side.
Wow.
So yeah.
Nihal looking at the wall again. He's one. Do you think he realizes something has gone astray?
I mean, even if he does, we both know that neither of those players are going to show it on the board. I mean, Arjun definitely.
Arjun, of course. Yeah. I mean, he will jump from his chair when he starts winning. As he
Arjun has the same reaction with everything on the board, and I think same for Nihal as well. He won't show anything on the board, but yeah, I think both players realize that something has gone wrong here, and I think the time is a good indicator of that.
Yeah. I think maybe it's time to have a brief look at the challenger section as we wait for the players to play the games. And maybe we start with the birthday boy, Diptayan Ghosh, and he has the black pieces against Harshavardhan. And what do you make of this structure so far, Raj?
Oh, we have the Ragozin with E3. I believe, yeah. Is that the... Yeah, I think that's what it is. 33 D5. Ragozin with E3. Black plays... What did he go here? Short castle. Okay, Bishop D3. Bishop D2.
I think Diptayan looks very prepared. Yeah,
he goes Bishop D2. Yeah, and I saw there was some DC4, Bishop C4. I'm not sure if the board is updating here on our side, or is this the final position?
I think it is the final.
Or maybe we can go a bit. No, it is not the final position. There's some moves have been played here. Knight BD7, Bishop E2, and then he goes D takes C4, Bishop takes C4, A6, and Bishop to D3. I would say, Diptayan would be quite happy in this position already, because looks like that slight advantage that white has from the beginning itself has sort of disappeared. Black can play B5 and hope for the C5 break. So B5, Bishop B7, and slowly you push C5. But I can see a move which seems a bit weird to me, Sahil, here, because if Black goes Bishop B7, which apparently is the best move in this position, it looks a bit weird, but already Black has that slight advantage.
Maybe I think after C5, at some point your bishop might get locked here after a move like A3. So you want to put the bishop back and then break the center. But regardless, the fact that Black has so many options is not a good sign for Harshavardhan. And Diptayan Ghosh, maybe he wins on his birthday, yeah?
I mean, I'm sure he will be very, very happy, he already has a great position. And, it's always nice to, collect a win on your birthday. So let's, still hope for him that he will have this in the bag. And
it's always interesting to play chess on your birthday. Sahil, have you ever played chess on your birthday?
Yeah. It usually goes very well for me. Huh?
Me too. Me too, actually, because I have never lost on my birthday as well. And I think playing chess, especially an event like this, if it clashes with your birthday, of course you want to celebrate with your family, with your friends, and stuff like that. But at the same time, the fact that how well it goes for you is definitely a good indicator. So I think Diptayan is going to have a good game today.
Yep, and as these players think, let's have a look at the game of Leon against Harika. So we have a complex structure started with, we have seen a lot of E4s, yeah? Knight C6, Bishop B5, takes on C6, spoils Harika's structure, Queen C7, A4, and this is the current position, Sahaj. What do you make of this? I personally like white, yeah? I like this structure.
I think there's some moves being played here. Short castle, Bishop to E7, Knight G5, and Bishop G4. And then there is the last move, which is F3 being played on the board.
Wow. F3, Sahaj, I think you must be panicking. Yeah, the golden pawn. I mean, that should be illegal at this point.
No, Leon knows what he's doing. So I'm going to trust his judgment.
You accept that from him, huh?
I will accept that for him, from him. And I think the position looks more or less fine. I just don't like that knight sitting on G5, because that knight cannot go back to F3. And it is forced to sort of go to H3, and where I can always go Bishop takes H3 and damage your structure, which doesn't feel as... Oh, by the way, he makes a mistake. Sorry, Harika makes a mistake in this position and plays Bishop to H5.
Oh, wow.
That's a slight inaccuracy. So now F3 is completely justified, I believe, in this position. And also, when you think about this structure, this E4, F3, G2, you never want to have a Bishop on H5 because of how away from the position it is. So don't think about what it's doing right now. Think about its future from the next, in the next 10 moves, 15 moves. How is it going to come into play? It cannot go to G4. It cannot go to F5. So it's almost like the bishop is cut off from the entire position.
And it also gives white some possibilities of maybe shifting the queen on the king's side with some queen e1, maybe even queen g3, queen h4 plans, and the bishop can be in some trouble there.
Agreed. I think Harika missed a trick there, and Leon will be very happy. He's on 2 out of 3, half a point behind the leaders. Harika struggling on 0.5 of 3. I think it's very harsh for a player when you are at the bottom of the standing, Saj. I get a feeling somehow you need that little bit of luck to go your way sometimes, yeah?
Yeah, definitely, definitely, and I think that is definitely going in Leon's way, at least at the moment. And he has played knight c4, almost responds very, very instantly. Does not think much. I believe only 2 minutes being spent on this position, and now Harika has to be super precise, and otherwise she's going to be in a really worse position. Like knight d7 is the only pair that sort of keeps things more or less balanced. Besides that, not really.
Wow, very, very interesting. And there are some, I think, updating issues here on challenges. Let's go back to Masters for a second. We'll come back here. By the way, in the Nihal game after castles a6, so Arjun asking the question, what do you want to do with the bishop? Do you take my knight? Do you bring it back? And Nihal brings the bishop back. And we can see that question mark there, Sahaj. What do you make of this move? I would say, why not just take that knight and damage the structure?
You could have, but double bishop advantage is a huge thing. He doesn't want to give it up, but both bishop c6 and bishop e2 seem a bit weird here for white. But then again, in this position, it is not that easy to play for Arjun as well, because how are you going to push your pawns? Are you going to play h5? Are you going to play d5? What are you going for?
I would love to put all those pawns in the center. Yeah, d5, h5. It's really pushing the white pieces back. Ensure somehow the time situation, the position not looking great for Nihal. He's taken off his jacket as well. He looks focused, but this is not an easy position.
You see, for me, when you take off your jacket is when you feel a bit suffocated or a bit too hot even. So that tells me that, he did realize that, okay, I probably, did something wrong, or I did miss something. I misremembered something. And taking off your jacket is a sign of that. You feel uncomfortable, and I think, even if he's not telling it with his face, his actions, I think, do tell that for us. So it's not going to be easy for him. And although the time seems equalish for now, that can shift very, very soon for Arjun's favor.
Arjun already having I would say, a 0.6, 0.7 advantage, which is huge, I would say, with the black pieces in just under 10 moves. So he's doing fantastic so far. Maybe we can take a look at Robson versus Awonder and see if there's any updates on that board, because we had looked at this move after h5. So I'll please take us through the game.
Wow, so knight g8, d4, h5 is where we left it, h4. So pawns have no shyness in this game. Everybody wants to go up. Pawn to g4 now. And now this knight has to make a committal choice, right? So do I come back and kind of copy what black did? Or do I, be ambitious and go to g5? But then, of course, there's no easy path to come back to the king side. So very committal decision. And you can see red option almost 30 minutes behind here.
Wow. That's actually very, very interesting. And, and we do see actually the decision. It's already on the board. We have knight g1, which is apparently a mistake. And I'm wondering if we had to play knight g5, but it just doesn't look, reassuring. Putting the knight on g5 while black always have the option to play f6 is just looking really, really scary in my opinion. So I can't blame Robson for playing knight g1 here.
This might be the first time that Awonder Liang defeats Robson, right? If memory serves me right, out of those 6 games, I believe 4 were wins and 2 were draws or something like that. I don't remember Robson losing a game. So this might be the first time that Robson might, Awonder might get the better of him in the game.
Yeah, very interesting. And Awonder looking great touch here. I think white is out of prep. The central pawn is also kind of under pressure. So I get a feeling here somehow that, the games are getting very, very interesting. And of course, Arjun must be thinking, let me win that game. Let me take the lead in the tournament. And Vincent Keymer's game also becomes very, very, very important. So Kinsha, I think among all the games we've seen so far, how many results are you expecting today? Because we saw like 7 or 8 yesterday.
Yes. Well, let me just quickly, look at the bird's eye view here. Maybe we can also have it on the screen, a bird's eye view of all of the games. And I think we will definitely see a decisive game, at least, in the American matchup. I sort of expect a decisive game in the Nihal Arjun game. And I'm really rooting for a Vincent Anish decisive game as well, although, I might be just dreaming. So I'm hoping for a 3. What do you guys think?
Vincent versus Anish, the result would be fantastic there. Although when you said what result are you expecting there?
I don't want to say, all of the fans might, come at me for rooting against Anish or rooting against Vincent. But, Vincent has been on such a run in this tournament, and I feel like he doesn't only have this, psychological advantage, but he's also been in his form. So if it's a decisive game, I'm definitely thinking that Vincent is gonna come out with a victory. What do you, Sahil, think?
Yeah, it would be amazing actually. It would be so cool to see a race at the top, yeah, between Arjun and Vincent, of course. If Vincent wins this 4 out of 4, it only reminds me of the crazy performance by Fabiano Caruana when he got 7 out of 7. And of course, Vincent is one of the talented youngsters in the world right now, must be thinking about qualifying for the candidates. So he needs that form right now because we have 2 very important tournaments coming up next, the Grand Swiss and the World Cup.
Absolutely, and I think he's now world top 15 if I'm not mistaken. Top 15 or something.
Top 17, top 18, something.
Really?
Yeah.
That's already even puts him in candidates, scenarios. And it would be great to see him in that situation as well. Yeah, he's world number 15 actually, Sahil. 2-7-4-1 and gaining 11 points already from the last 3 games that he has won. So wonderful tournament for Vincent so far. Okay, while they're thinking, maybe we can, since we're discussing the game, let's actually go to them and see.
Yeah.
Knight e4 was played between Vincent and Anish. Simon, the idea of knight e4 is to play f5, I'm guessing.
Everyone is, touching that golden pawn that you're not really enjoying that, huh?
Block the knight. My one piece has, spoiled the party basically, One bad apple spoils the fray, and basically you block the bishop, the knight can't go up, and if you move the knight to e5, I am ready with that point. Spoiling any attacking chances you might have. So this is a great piece and can kind of counter all of these pieces combined, yeah?
Got it. So f5, I think, with the idea, maybe you can throw this rook f6, rook h6. I know Sagar Bhai, when he was here yesterday, and he's going to be here with us today, especially when Vishi sir is here. After f5, he was mentioning this very cool idea that you can play f5, rook f6, rook h6, g5, g4, and you just go for the kill on the h2 pawn.
But it's Anish. Anish. Like, Anish will not go for
it. It's Anish 2.0.
yeah, but Anish is very solid. I think he would prefer white does it, and he tries to squeeze out a mistake there. From Anish's perspective, I think he'll play it very solid, and he'll not be in a hurry to kind of attack unless Vincent does make a mistake. Then he will pounce on it with both hands.
I completely agree with you, Sahil. I feel like it's a bit out of Anish's style, But maybe if he decides that, okay, I'm gonna show Vincent that he might have been the boss until now, but I'm gonna take over. So it would be amazing to see that as well, but it's a bit unlikely in my opinion.
Yeah, he's walking. You can see him walking. Yeah, very calm, composed, no random movements with his hands even. And Vincent's still kind of contemplating, how do I create any chances? So what is the best plan for white here? How can white maybe try to remove this knight or at least create some chances?
I think you must push c4 or a4 at some point and gain something on the queen side. Because even though black does have an attack on the king side, it is not going to happen in the next 2-3 moves. You need some time to build it. And while black is busy building it, you try and expand on the queen side. And yeah, there won't be enough attack if you're fast enough on the queen side. Essentially, you want to create some problems on the d5 pawn. So for example, let's say if white goes c4, white takes on d5, black goes e takes d5. Now that d5 pawn already is a bit, let's not isolate it, but it's still a bit weak. Then you play bishop a6, exchange that dark bishop, the light bishop, and you sort of put pressure on the d5 pawn. Or you can go a4, a5 and attack on the queen side as well. Both of them seem like a logical move. However, this is not an easy sort of setup for white here. I feel white does have to be careful. And from the black side, it's very easy. You just go everything, and you just take everything to the king and just try to attack as quickly as possible.
Wow. A tough challenge for Vincent Keymer, who's played some amazing chess so far, puts his rook. By the way, the first preference of the engineer, he's still playing great chess, and he's ready to pounce on any opportunities that Anish might offer. So which game shall we jump to now? Maybe we check out the Vidit game, where I think that rook e2 move had us, bamboozled. What does that mean? Knight comes to f5, and this is the current position, yeah?
All right. It's so like unnatural to me. I mean, I'm really not used to these sort of positions.
Rook on E2 looks so
Yeah.
Black wanted to. White was saying, okay, if you trade off, I take with the bishop. Black says, I will not trade then. So you keep that rook on e2 for a long time. Your bishop can't enter the game, and you don't even have a good square for this bishop. So white is somehow underdeveloped, yeah.
But I mean, there is a point to all this. I think maybe in the future, let's say white goes queen d3, brings the bishop out to d2. White can still play rook e1 and save that move, because the e file is the only open file in the position. You want, rooks belong on open files, and you also want to double up on the open file to sort of put more pressure on that file itself. So playing queen d3, bishop d2, rook e1 does technically save that tempo for you, and this could be a plan in the future, Sahil.
Yeah, and maybe I was thinking g3, just to block that bishop, put the bishop on g2, and somehow maybe use that bishop along that diagonal. Multiple options for Pranav, who is still around 11 minutes ahead of Vidit. So Vidit had again showing some signs of facing time pressure issues that we've seen multiple times in the past.
Definitely. Even in this tournament, we saw multiple occasions when Vidit was low on time, and it caused him some trouble. And it's kind of showing up here as well. So he will definitely have to, keep up with the pace. And so far, he's been doing fine. I mean, yesterday we saw that he did show us that, just because I'm low on time, it doesn't mean that I'm gonna mess it up anywhere.
Right. And I think once again, beating Nihal in a situation like that is very, very impressive. But getting to that stage was a bit shaky from Vidit's side, because it could have gone either way. And if it didn't go his way, it could have really affected his confidence and his next following games as well. So let's hope that doesn't happen again. So he must pick up the pace, like you said.
And meanwhile, maybe one look at the Nihal Arjun game again, because I'm quite excited about this game somehow, because again, we saw bishop e2, e4. So Arjun is very crystal clear. He kicks one knight back. The knight has to come to the back rank, and then he says, why kick just one back? Let's kick the other one as well. So he's ready to basically kick all these knights back, and if the knight has to come to h1, that's going to be terrible.
And I'll be honest with you, this doesn't look too promising for Nihal. I mean, all of your pieces are stuck on the back rank around the king, and I understand, that it can be, a defending piece. But how are you going to manage when all of the pawns come down running on you?
I have no idea. It looks very, very ugly, I would say, to be playing as white here. I mean, maybe you can play f3 at some point and gain some counterplay along the f file. See, now even I myself am trying to push the golden pawn and get in order to get some activity. But I do not like this position for Nihal here so far. I think Arjun is doing wonderfully. I think he is on track to get another victory on his belt.
Wow. So Erigaisi Arjun very, very close to potentially even leading the event. It will be very interesting to see how Nihal tackles this problem. He's played amazing chess, but he's had problems in the later half of the game. He's having it right now in the opening. So very interesting, his opening gamble. And by the way, we've seen Nihal yawning a lot in this event. Yeah, he's not catching enough sleep maybe.
Yeah, because he's preparing, finding all of those cool, variations for us commentators, and of course for the audience as well. And of course, that takes a lot of time. I mean, if you look at his games, I mean, the creativity and how fresh the ideas are, it's just a treat to watch.
Very interesting. As Nihal calculates, maybe we have a look.
By the way, just one time I would like to take a look at Karthikeyan versus Jorden, because that is a very, very interesting game to me, because we very rarely see the Berlin endgame being played out at this level. Very rarely. I mean, it used to happen a lot, during Kramnik, Kasparov, those days. But these days, I think nobody really goes for the Berlin endgame. And this is such a treat to watch, I believe, this position. There's an opposite colored bishop on the board. Black has a double pawn, c7 and c6, and I am not even sure, but technically speaking, white should be better here, because optically you can say white has 4 versus 3 on one side, and it is 3 versus 3 because black has double pawns on the other side. However, it is black who's already, I would say, very, very much better in this position.
And why do you think black is better though?
Because it's Berlin, and I'm just terrified of Berlin. In my whole life I have avoided Berlin from both sides, from both colors, because I just feel this endgame can be so tricky and so difficult to play for both sides. But right now it feels easier to play for black because if black can go b6, c5, maybe break on the queen side with something like a4, and that will sort of untangle his pawns. And white on the other side, you do have this 4 versus 3 situation on the king side, but you cannot make progress. Like, you cannot play g4. Maybe you can play g4, but you cannot play f4 so easily. You cannot play f5 so easily. And even if you did play f4, I can block you with something like g6. So I'm not so comfortable here as white. What do you think about that, Kinshuk?
I do see your point, but I was actually very, very surprised to hear your thoughts on this because, my sort of beginner mind is thinking, okay, my rooks are already connected, black has double pawns and the king is in a weird situation for black. So my understanding would be white is so much more comfortable. And now, listening to the points that you raised, I'm leaning towards to what you're saying because I'm gaining some understanding deeply on the position. But, because of these principles and because, of these basic things that we learn where we are sort of beginners, is why I was essentially thinking that white would be much, much better here.
Absolutely. I learned this the hard way as white because I got crushed when I was, around 10, 11 years old with the white pieces against a very famous grandmaster from Bangladesh. And it was an absolute massacre. And since then, I realized that Berlin is not as simple as it seems. So, yeah.
And Jordan, of course, has been the second of, I would say, many, many top players in the world. So his opening preparation will be on point. And I think the onus lies on him somehow create chances with your idea a4. I really like that, creating some weakness on the light squares. And of course, white, as you mentioned, cannot just go full in with the pawns because the knight locks those pawns. So very interesting position. I just want to have a brief look at the Nihal game again and get your opinion. So c4 by Nihal, and maybe it's a decent move here, but it does not address the position on the king side now. And h4, are we going knight h1?
Oh, my question is, why is he doing Arjun things against Arjun? No, this is what Arjun plays as white. Arjun, this is what he does, right? And it feels like you're playing his game against, the beast itself. So
Nihal, maybe he needs the invite for the freestyle event. Yeah, Queen d1, Bishop c1, Bishop d1 is a freestyle game. But this looks extremely unorthodox, I would say, to the least, because now your knight gets kicked away. Knight h1. How is this knight coming into the game ever?
Maybe you play f3 or
yes.
Knight comes to f2, but it definitely looks. It does not look pretty. That is for sure.
It just feels so uncomfortable, so difficult to play. And, it's never nice when you have to, when your best moves are not with, the minor pieces that are stuck around the king, but when you have to do these like f3 and
Knight h1.
Knight h1 is already by itself.
It's a knight on the
so
corner
sad to
is
see.
Maybe the worst piece you can have, because it only controls 2 squares.
Yeah.
So,
if you can have the camera for Nihal, and I just want to check the body language of both the players, because Nihal, even though he's stone cold, I think sometimes we will see him show some head shakes, expressions when he's suffering. And Arjun, of course, looks absolutely motivated. I think that H pawn push will come very soon.
And Sahil, just when you mentioned that, we might see a little bit of a head shake, in that exact moment, he did something like this.
Oh.
So, you did call him out on that immediately.
Nihal Sarin under pressure with the white pieces. I think this is going to be my view of the day so far, at least, because black pushing, just after 10, 11 moves, it's not that common. And maybe it's the best time to take a very short break, and we'll be back with some exciting chess on the other side.
games are heating up. We have something exciting for our audience here.
Very exciting. We have a chair that is empty here. And guys, we are going to have someone that you are going to love joining us. He is the first ever Grandmaster of Indian chess. He is the 5-time world champion. Any guesses on who that person is? Yes, the one and only Vishy Anand is here. Let's have a standing ovation for the legend. What a day today at Chennai. We are at the Chennai Grand Masters and we have Vishy joining us.
Silent.
Vishy, welcome, a warm welcome to you here at the commentary box. Maybe the shortest travel to the tournament hall for you.
No, not even close. In Anna Library was like 10 times closer. So it's not even close.
Yes, the previous edition was very, very close. And Vishy, we are so glad to have you here. How are you feeling about Chennai Grandmasters now into its 3rd edition? This time we have this live commentary. We have a lot of people who have turned up and they're so excited today that you are coming. They're all waiting here.
It's great. And look, it's not only a chance to showcase our players, but the best players are coming. We have Vincent, Anish, and MBL previous year, Levon. So, top players. And, it's fantastic to have such a good round robin at home.
And Vishy's a very warm welcome. I was just talking to Sagar 15 years ago. We both were college kids playing a simul against you in Mumbai. And it's such a happy moment. So thank you.
What was the result? Do you remember? I lost.
Yeah, I also lost.
Yeah.
But it's just been an inspiration to almost all of India, so many worldwide as well. Thank you once again for this, and let's dive in to the games.
Let's do that.
Yeah, the tournament has shaped up very interestingly. Vishy, we have 2 Indians facing off against each other. I
know. I was waiting to see this game only.
Yes.
Nihal versus Arjun. It's. In fact, I think Arjun used to visit Nihal's house and for this fix long back. I remember seeing a photo of them together.
Yes.
And I don't know if it went in the other direction as well, but I think once Arjun went to Kerala to visit Nihal and play. And so now they're both meeting somewhere else.
Yes, actually, Nihal has been having a pretty intense event here. He had couple of good positions against Anish, against Vidit. Then he lost against Vidit, drew against Anish, a draw against Vincent that turned into a loss. So he's on half out of 3, while Arjun is right now cruising at 2.5 out of 3. And also Arjun has this thing that he could potentially make it to the candidates with this rating spot if he gets a lot of rating points. Do you think that could be playing on his head in this tournament before going into Grand Swiss and World Cup?
I don't know. For me, if there were always more than 2 things that needed to happen, I didn't keep thinking about it. If I have to do 4 results and exactly these 3 have to be done by someone else, and that has to at some point you can just give up, and it's easier to just play some chess. So I would find that counterproductive. I doubt he calculates that far ahead in this. I think he'll play the normal way he plays, and that's it.
Okay, so we can go to the position, and there's one request that I have, Vishy, in case if it is feasible. There are a lot of little kids here, and they were all very keen to give some answers and so on. So if you have any questions that come like a chess position
that
or
sounds
something,
good. Yeah.
then we can ask the viewers. Okay, so are you surprised with the opening that Nihal Sarin chose here with B3?
Not at all. Nihal's style has gone more and more in this direction for quite some time. He plays very out of the box stuff, shall we say, with white. And it doesn't surprise me at all. Even I was struck by what he did against Anish. He just went for absolutely symmetrical position. If Anish had captured on E2, they basically have a mirror image.
Yes.
And his point was, I'll play from there, and that's a sort of unique. And after that, well, Anish didn't take on E2 and tried to. I don't think he felt he's better. It's obvious with the center closed like this, the bishops are not going to play much. But I mean, if you look at bishop E2, queen E2, bishop H6, it's just a photocopy. It's absolute. It should be just equal. Anyway, look at this position. I mean, he went on E7, took twice on E7, and then brought the remaining thing out. This is very typical Nihal these days. And so this particular opening doesn't surprise me.
You know, Sagar bhai, he could have been on 1 out of 2, in fact, even earlier. Even that heartbreaking loss to Vidit yesterday, still on half out of 3. And this game as well, Arjun pushing with the H pawn.
Yes.
Not looking good for Nihal.
Yeah, actually, let's go a little bit further here. Bishop B5, bishop G7, and knight E4 played by Nihal. They say, like, don't move your pieces twice in the opening, but here you think this is a good move, knight E4?
You should not move the same piece twice before you moved every piece once. But look at, he moved all his minor pieces. I mean, I think the rooks don't count in this.
Right. Yeah, then it makes sense.
Then it's okay. It's allowed. So,
so E5, knight went to G3. And this is given as a question mark by our computer here. Why would this be a bad move? Is the knight misplaced there?
I don't know, but it's so easy to play H5 that I think that must be the reason.
Right.
I mean, the computer wants to push his H pawn anyway, and then you put a knight on G3 and say, hit me. So it becomes... Also, anyway, I didn't finish my story. With Anish, the game turned out to be a kind of masterpiece. What you can do with just this minimum pieces. Nihal played beautifully. It's very hard. There's almost no space, but he somehow managed G4. Then he brought one rook, then he brought a second rook from nowhere, and then this bishop is desperately trying to come. It's stuck on this side, but it can't get to this C6, D5, E4 place. If it gets there, it's game over. And then he outplays him brilliantly. He plays F4. He does everything perfectly. And then he doesn't find a single one of the good moves. I mean, Queen D8 is great, but I think you could move the rook and go Queen G4. You could do this, you could do that. He did everything so perfectly till there. And I don't know, was the time situation tough at that point?
Yeah, good time.
But he was at the finishing stages, he couldn't do it. And then he blundered the Z4 and
yes.
Queen takes Z4, he just blundered. Oh, I don't know what he blundered, but he just ran into this. But even there, he had but it would have been a very beautiful game had he played Queen G6 and C5, the pawn sack.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah. In fact, I was...
Can I do that?
Yeah. So that was a masterpiece. Then you said heartbreaking, but Vidit already finished his heartbreaking the previous day.
yeah.
And so there's a kind of domino effect there. I mean, this is... no, just go back 2 moves. One more with the rook on G2 or whatever. Yeah. I mean, you put a bishop on D1, a queen on E2, you put pawns like this. Before, if you asked Kochnoi, he would tell you the white player doesn't understand chess. But in fact, the only thing is this is very pure in the sense that the only thing that matters is you bring that bishop around. I mean, of course, Kochner would eventually realize that White's position is okay. But for him, it would be a sign that something was wrong here. But it does work out. I would also be tempted to be black because if I play bishop e3 and then king h7, then I take the h pawn, I do this. But Nihal understands with the opposite pair of bishops, none of these matter. So somehow it's a very pure position. It doesn't fit into any ECO code or opening category, but White is better, and consistently the computer says White is better. So h5, g5, and then this move. This move.
Beautiful move. Yeah, it can be taken in multiple ways.
Yeah, and queen h4, rook f7. That was a mistake actually. You should go. What should he go? Bishop g7 maybe.
Here, yes, instead of rook f7.
I'm not sure what he should have done actually.
Some d5.
D5. Okay, that was it. But then probably take and queen d6. So this was a very nice game. Yeah, and here queen g6 and c5 in some way, or queen g6 and then if you play d4, at least you don't allow queen e4. And if he had done this was a masterpiece. Yeah, it was just a masterpiece. Because I'll go bishop b3, I'll go h6, h7, and then I'll go queen f7, and I'll land on g8 and all that stuff. So
wow,
like White is a piece up in a way.
I don't know. I've not seen such a position before, but it's I liked it very much. So I thought he did a very good job there.
Rakesh bhai, what is very amazing for me is how closely Vishy has seen this game. Like, you not just browsed through it, you knew all the intricacies. You know, we are commenting.
No, but I thought when I was watching the game at this point, and I wanted to make this move myself. So then somehow I saw c5. When it's not your pawn, it's much easier to sack. So I tried c5, and then I saw it was actually looking quite good.
And Vishy sir, has Vincent's games impressed you so far?
Yes, both Vincent and Arjun are playing in this easy way. The points almost seem to fall into their lap. I mean, Vincent, I think, caught Nihal in a very unusual Grunfeld. I don't know how much either of them could have prepared exactly this line. And Vincent was also very smart against Murali. No, Vincent is playing this kind of easy chess, and he's very, very confident. I think maybe he's even more confident with Gukesh's prep than Gukesh's. So, no, Vincent's playing very well, and Arjun is playing very well. Honestly, today, unless something drastically changes, it's a two-horse race in this tournament.
Amazing. I think it's a good question, Vishy. Maybe you can answer this. I had always this curiosity. Let's say Vincent was the second of Gukesh. Now all this preparation is there. How is it between the world champion and a second? Can they use the prep? Is it like till certain point? Of course, no better person than to ask you about it.
Yes. So obviously 20 years ago, when the prep you did was quite unique and so on, you had to leave it to the player. I'm sure Kasparov and Karpov, even when myself from the, I had the notes and my seconds just understood, well, they would not use that. But nowadays, when what you find anyway is being suggested, I mean, it's only a question of how many legal moves you ask it to suggest, and it will find your move. Then should you really be entitled to it? So I think nowadays it's much more fluid. Seconds also work with multiple people. Everything is much more fluid, and I think the value is not in some great prep that they gave you for your whole life. It's simply that we got you ready to play today, and with that it's over, and then we'll get you ready to play tomorrow. I think it's much more fluid now. I mean, I'm not exactly sitting there in this facing the situation, but even 10 years ago, that's how it felt.
Amazing insights there. So in the game, we have this position. The knight first went back to e1, then the knight went back to h1, and Arjun kept pushing his pawns. Nihal pushed back with f3, and this is the live board position we have. No, there's one more. Yeah, this is the live.
Okay, so first of all, this is very normal from the same-ish except that instead of the white pawn being on e3, you put it on e4. And then you get the structure. You can take Vidit against Jordan. If you take that game, just for the structure, I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'm sure Sagar, but none of us remembered
Jordan
could link it.
Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah, now just play the go here, e4, d6. Now, yeah, he played c6, a6 and b5 or something, but just do this. Yeah, now play c5, d5. Just play e6. I mean, this should have happened in a different move order. Knight g3, e d5, c d5, h5, a4, whatever, some. Well, don't do it here. But normally, white would have played bishop e2 and castles. So rook e8, just make some random moves. Rook b8, castles. h4. It's very normal to come knight h1, f2 like this. So, and black will play knight h2, knight f5. Knight h1, knight h5, knight moves f5, and then it's quite tactical. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This is very, very typical for this position. So, knight coming to h1 is not a big shock.
Let's
now go back to our game. And for me, looking at it instantly, if you go back 3 moves, yeah, I was thinking, what's wrong with f3, g3?
You mean instead of f3?
No, no. I mean, he played f3 before h3, right?
No, this is the
this is the position. Okay.
f3. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking if I play g3 and you play queen e7 and then I'll go, okay, or f3, queen e7 and then g3. What's wrong? Because yes, it's very fashionable and very strong to put the pawn on h3, but exactly the knight wants to be on f2, and usually it's on f3 or something, so it's not easy here. But here the knight is coming to f2. So how bad is this? But I think it's different at the board. You see these things with more clarity, and so Nihal went knight g3.
Do you think nowadays players are a bit scared of that h3 pawn, and they are like, even Vidit did it in one of these games with Jordan. He took the pawn gh3, letting it survive here is getting very scary. No?
I think it's more concrete. They just calculate some lines, and now they're aware what that pawn can do, and they remove it. But now after knight takes g2, it doesn't matter for white. The pawn, kingside pawn structure is not weak in any way, because I'll play bishop f3 and then instead of pawns I have knights there,
right.
And kind of that is okay. But still there is some space for black. And the problem for white is that really he didn't get one more move. If he could play knight f4, then after knight e5 he can go bishop g2.
Oh.
But he's one move too slow, and somewhere in this thing it messed up a little bit. And the knight, if it's on c3, I can still play bishop g2, and it's a very nice position. But of all the pieces, I think the only one I really don't like where it is the knight on g2.
So what you're saying is, if rook e8, then knight f4, and now if knight e5, this would be like a very nice position for white. Like, I mean, a good.
This has its own issues. You'll play knight fg4 and try to go queen h4, but within limits, yes. I think we can sort of. Obviously, there's a lot of calculation that needs to happen, but anyway, he put these double knights. Now he can play knight f4 and give the bishop. That is one option. The other knight, yeah. No, you don't want to do that. I think you want to go rook f.
With the queen, yeah?
Yeah, with the queen, so that you don't land in bishop g4.
But this is already better for white.
That means then if black is not taking on f3, what is black playing? Maybe black is playing g5 or something.
Oh, g5.
But that sounds, I don't know, I'm not thrilled with that, but is it happening? What is the valuation?
Right now,
or it wants to go something else.
Yeah, rook b8 and
rook b8 b5. Okay. Which means that maybe my whole impression that the bishop on g2 and that structure is not that great after all. Also, no disrespect, Rakesh, but it may not be the strongest computer also. So I mean, this online thing. So
Yeah, of course.
they'll-
Yeah, but we've seen Nihal, on the board very much in this pose and, yawning a bit also, Sagar. He's struggling. So, does he defend or he goes for a win today against Arjun?
Yawning could also mean lunch was good. No, honestly, you had a good lunch and you didn't have time to fully sleep at all.
Do some online bullet grind late night. With Nihal, you never know.
You said it, not me. You said it. But yeah. This is fascinating. So if actually you're not taking an f3, then why is it better for black with the rook on e8?
Yeah, just rook e8. Exactly. It's a very...
What is the evaluation?
This is already point... it's equal.
It's equal.
So
only rook b8 is better for black. To be better because he wants to play b5. But what's the big deal? If I go d3... then e3 will hang. Okay. Somewhere. Or knight g4 will pro. So the big value for white is having that pawn on d2. Because it's protecting e3 and that is protecting f4 and everything is hung there.
So if he goes b5, he kind of forces you to take, and then black has this pawn mass, right, on the queen side.
More than the pawn mass, I think you lost control of d5. This black is not really going to rush with the pawns in, but you lost control of d5. My feeling that it's that.
Vishy, with engines being such a big part of, let's say, modern day chess, like when we see Arjun many times, we talk to him, he's not even read many books. He's kind of grown up on engines and of course many other things. And there are a lot of young kids here. What would be your suggestion for them when looking at these live games? Should they look with engines? Should they not look with it? Does it change? Because when I was young, everyone used to say, don't use engines. And I was growing up that way. But now, is it different?
I mean, honestly, I would say go take a walk, but don't look at the engine and don't look at the book also. But if I had to give them advice, I would say keep the eval bar on and switch off the engine. And write your thoughts. This is if you're not going for a walk and you're sitting there watching the whole game for 1 hour, then make the moves along. You can save it in the end and then compare with an engine after that. That's the real value. Like here, literally every move, something can happen and you disagrees with your conclusion. I mean, like we have been experiencing. That's very valuable. So you cannot not use engines, but the reason I'm saying is if you to think without anything is a bit boring. So eval bar is nice just to stop you wasting time, but then I think that's a good solution.
That's very interesting, what you mentioned here. Guys, write down, maybe you can do it here as well. Write down your thoughts. Could be very fun to follow the games that way. Nihal did go knight f4. And he's got his knight into the center. If Arjun goes rook b8, that would be nice. But Nihal is fighting here. We thought Nihal had a very bad position out of the opening, but it's not the case, right? He's fighting position.
Yes, also something minus 0.2 and minus 0.3 is you don't have to take too seriously, I think.
Sagar bhai,
shall we see some other?
Yeah. On that note, maybe we jump into Vincent's game.
Okay, the leader.
Yeah, and where Anish has kind of used Arjun's idea. Yeah, that pawn. That side pawn, like an Alpha Zero-esque idea there.
Everything is not Alpha Zero. I mean, there is no Queen B2 mate for a start.
Yeah.
So I think the main value on H3 is that there's the back rank. I mean, after G3, there is still the back rank mate and there is Queen G2. It's true they put the pawn on A3, but no, it's not completely zero. If you see these Tarash lines where they put somehow one pawn runs very far, then they'll put a knight on B4 and take on A2 somewhere, and that's the value in having this pawn very far. But here, I can't imagine a position less suited for this pawn on A3. Knight is on D7, everything else is back there. So for me, this is a nice position for white. If I play B4, white, if I play b4 at some point, oh, it's white's move even, then this a3 pawn is slightly weak. I might be able to leave a queen on b3, then you will have to leave one piece stuck defending it. And I can play rook e1, something on the king side. Very comfortable. I mean, I don't know specifically here, but I feel that this should be nice for white.
So b4 is a very nice move. If white doesn't do that, black would generally try for c5, right?
Well, my point of b4 was to get the b3 square. For me, I don't know that black wants to play c5 also. Because white doesn't have to take at once. White can play bishop b5 and then some rook c1, bishop a1, something like that, hang around there. Because you have hanging pawns and you have a weak pawn on a3. But then computer will say black is better, then I don't know what to say. So
No, I mean, we could turn off the engine as well here. But
no, I think Eval leave the Eval bar, as we discussed earlier.
But this is an interesting position. Anish has had a very steady start here, 3 draws, while Vincent 3 out of 3. So this could heat up potentially, this one. We could go to another one. Pranav versus Vidit. And you know, this game, I was so surprised first with the opening, not because Vidit went for the Berlin, he does that, but because Pranav went rook e1. And he kind of played this very positional, or you can say equalish line, because Pranav is at heart a very, very aggressive player. And also, by the way, Pranav is part of the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy right now. So, what are your thoughts of Pranav? He won the challenges last year, got here, and his style of play and this opening choice.
Against the Berlin, it's a reasonable option. Rook e1 is a normal line. People come to it from time to time, and you can say it's solid, but everything in the Berlin is solid. So unless you specifically want to have some idea in the Italian or something, then you play this is, and white has got a little something. So it's not a failure of the opening or anything like that.
Right. So the opening went okay, but suddenly things are shifting in black's favor here. It's already showing black is slightly better.
Yes, I don't see why. But this is the difficulty in evaluating these positions. For me, that knight on f5 doesn't look like a great piece. But sometimes the bishop on c4 can be in trouble, or maybe b5 is coming, or I don't know, some b5 maybe is the point. Then c5 and something like that maybe. Or b4 and then queen b6. No, the f4 you haven't played, so there's no queen b6 check.
I think one thing Sagar Vidit was telling yesterday was he's struggling to adapt to the new time control where there's no additional for 30 minutes at the end of 40 moves. So now again he has 40 odd minutes. He's got to start going and start playing these moves quickly.
He's always getting in time. Yeah. Vidit has been the most entertaining player in this tournament till now. All 3 games were topsy-turvy, and perhaps this one no different. Yeah, this one might also go in any direction. Let's go to one more game. We have Ray Robson versus Awonder Liang, 2 American players here, and a very different kind of a position. 2 pawns in the center. Knights have come on e2 and d2. What do you think, Vishnu?
I mean, this is a fantastic position as a spectator. It's really dynamic, and pieces are a bit off their usual squares. In the Italian, it would be quite different because that black knight would be on f6. Here it's on e7, but white is anyway sacking this pawn on d4. And also this white knight on d2. If I play knight takes d4, knight d4, bishop d4, this knight on d2 is 4 squares away from f4, whereas normally it would not be that far. So if it's on c3 somehow, you can play knight e2 f4, and it's a big threat in the Italian.
Yep.
But here it's not ideal for this. But these positions are very interesting. People may think black is a pawn up, but if I castle, black can't castle because the h5 pawn could become weak somewhere. It's a very rich position, this Italian. I agree that this is more interesting than the Pranav Vidit game.
Actually, Awonder must take the pawn, on d4. Otherwise, he might not have that. Like, he lacks the center control and.
He goes for it.
He took it.
Yeah.
Also, what's the point? Here you should take the pawn because it's the only reward for getting this h5 g4 thing.
Right. Okay, so this one, and then we have the last game that we haven't looked at yet. Karthikeyan versus Jorden. It's interesting that they actually went into the Berlin endgame, which has not been very common these days.
Yes, but I think it's fair to say that well, I don't think white has gotten anything. And though I've not seen this particular position with the king on b8 without the rook being stuck there. But I guess he played b4, ab, swapped rooks that way.
Did you ever like the Berlin, Vishy? Like, you played it with both colors, but not so much, right? This endgame, especially.
No, at some point I was playing it a reasonable amount, or people didn't allow it. So, but it's true. I haven't played it much recently. I played it because it's not only the Berlin. You have to study the whole E5 complex and keep on. And it's nice to try. There's a lot of interesting stuff coming elsewhere. So, kind of want to try that.
So this, in a way, like in opening theory these days, even if a line is kind of equal, there are these trends coming and going. It's because people just want to try different things after a point, because Berlin was never refuted or anything like that. Why did people stop playing it?
Which opening was refuted?
Yeah, I mean,
it's also. I mean, you look at almost all openings, Marshall. They say the same story. So you have to pick one, but I think there's some benefit in moving around anyway.
Right. Okay. So king b8, and you think this is white has nothing here or something?
That was my instant reaction, because normally whenever black can play bishop d5, these things shut down completely. And here, because even white has committed this b4 and all, black can play rook d8, rook d5 and c5 and break up that pawn structure and all. I think rook d8 is almost a threat now. So what should white play? White can play rook
d1 maybe.
Rook d1. But then I go b6 and I'm threatening king b7 and rook a8. And then you have to think about that also. You can play g4 and knight d4. That's a positional threat. And then we have to keep on thinking whether we shall allow it or stop it. But let's go to the challenges.
Okay.
It's enough Berlin for one day.
Let's go to the challenges section. We have many interesting games here. Rakesh bhai, which game?
So, Sagar, no Berlins here in the challenges. Fighting chess. Can we jump into the leader, Pranesh's game, where he's playing Adhiban? And the beast, look at this position for Adhiban.
This is what the Berlin is. Go back to that previous one, please.
Which previous position?
Yeah, previous position. Yeah.
Yes.
No, the one that this blocked pawn structure there. That you just had on the board.
I think Leon.
Harika's game.
This
Harika's game.
Yes. Leon versus Harika.
Thanks to the Berlin, we now find these positions interesting. This is what happens. When you see a lot of Berlin, you're so excited to see this position. But anyway, let's go to the other game. No, I just wanted to make that case.
Okay. So going to Adhiban, and Adhiban is really someone I'm looking forward to in this tournament. He is playing here in the challengers. He has had 1.5 points. I think 3 draws until now.
Yeah.
The Do you think he can score his first win here, Vishy? What do you feel about his position?
My first reaction was unbelievable for white. My second reaction was black can take a pawn, bishop h3, rook h3, queen g5 check. And but anyway, it's not that comfortable. But I don't know. You're supposed to play I guess you play e3.
Which is maybe rook.
And then I can go queen g6. Rook e3 check. Yes, but then king f8.
Check.
And I didn't immediately see how big the advantage is. Maybe the advantage is I go queen d2 and kick your queen.
Rook e8, yeah.
Yeah, rook e8 is the threat, and then you play h6 maybe. And then you can go queen a5 or something like that. Or queen b4, d6 or some fancy stuff, I don't know.
This fits like perfectly in Adhiban's wheelhouse. He loves playing these positions.
Adhiban is someone, I think, Vishy, you know him quite well, yes?
Reasonably. I mean, I have interacted with him a lot some time back. Recently, a little bit less, but because he was very, very aggressive before.
And right now, so this is maybe Pranesh has to be super careful here. He can play the line that Vishy just mentioned. Let's head to one more game here of Leon. He's playing Harika. You said, you think that Leon has like a edge here? He can press around. It's his kind of a position.
Definitely. White's pieces are actually in normal places. It's very typical in this close structure. It can come from Berlin, but also I think this one came from Rosalimo probably. And White's knights are in normal positions, and it's quite typical to blockade the queen side like this. You play b3, stop b5 forever, and do something. But that white light squared bishop of Harika is horrible, and her dark squared bishop is even worse. And I can do all sorts of things at leisure. I can go king h1 and try for f4 somewhere. Maybe f4 immediately works. Also, there might be slower plans. King g2, rook h1, h4. I mean, the problem is black needs knight f8, e6 to succeed, but I don't know that she has the time. Because if you go knight f8, I can hit f4 then. And then you don't have knight e6 because of f5. And so it's quite unpleasant for black. So, I mean, black's pieces are really horribly placed. That's good.
Right. So Leon maybe slightly better here. And Vishy, what do you think about the field of the challengers? One thing that is very unique in the challengers of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters is that all are Indians, 10 players. Like we have this in Vaikanze, in Tata Steel chess. There's a challengers section also in Prague Masters, and there is a challengers section there. But there you have players of all countries playing. Here it's like 10 Indian players and one gets a spot in the Masters.
I think you can make an argument for both. If we can invite some other players but we have the depth to fill this. I mean, in Prague, I can say filling the entire B group might not be that easy. Yeah, thanks. But here it is. And I think that word reflects. Also, then they have this thing that just like Tata Steel and so on, they have this pathway. People who do well in the challengers then can get into the main and so on. I mean, here it's the winner qualifies, but they have the ability to invite the second one if they're very impressed also.
Okay. Sagar bhai, speaking of Tata Steel event, it was Leon who actually won the challengers and played the Masters this year. So that's a great opportunity for him at this stage of his career. So maybe he wants to do the same in Chennai and qualify. So.
Yeah. Actually, I have a question for our viewers here. So Leon, whom we were just talking about, is very good at one more thing apart from chess. Does anyone know what is that? The one who actually gets the right answer also gets special gift here. We have a cap that you will get today. So anyone wants to try? So yes, you can go for it.
Guitar.
Yeah, who's violin? Okay, you are right. So he is very, very good at violin. In fact,
I wasn't sure if it was violin or mimicry. So this was the. So I thought that's a trick question, but I don't. I hope Sagar knows which answer he had in mind, kind of thing. But yes, it's.
Yeah, his mimicry is kind of certified by all of us, but like violin, he's given these examinations and all, and he does remind me of these great masters like Smyslov or Taimanov, who are very good players and also musicians.
Yeah. And Sagar, do you know which player in the Masters is a trained musician?
Oh, that's a good question. Who? Yeah. Vidit? No way.
No.
Vidit does
like
play
not
the
on
guitar.
YouTube, like really trained. Like it's Vincent Keymer.
Oh, Vincent.
And his dad is also a professional musician, I think.
I thought.
Yes. Oh, I didn't realize he had actually trained, but I knew his parents. Yeah.
Very sure, Rakesh bhai, he's also trained or?
No, he's definitely trained.
Okay.
A nice synergy between chess and music.
Right. Okay, by the way, Vishy, King H1 on the board. One of the plans you mentioned to go for F4 will happen pretty soon.
In fact, think about it. Even without G3 and King H1, I could have played Knight F5.
Here, you can say like even now here, yes?
Bishop F5, EF5, then the last hope for your Knight on D7 is gone. There is no more E6 square. Now it's the deadest piece in the... I mean, what does it need? Knight B8, A6, C7, D5 just to come to a real square. And I can still break with F4. I can break with H4.
Wow.
So it's a horrible position, actually. I'm surprised the computer is not giving even bigger advantage, actually.
It's almost +1, yeah, here. Yeah, point.
Yeah. But I thought it's even more, but apparently it's not, yeah.
We have a very young talent here, Harshavardhan G B, who's taking on Diptayan Ghosh. Harshavardhan is the only IM in these 20 players who are playing here. And his father also is a chess player,
Yes.
Krishnan. What do you make of this position, which is black?
Actually, maybe we can ask the youngsters in the audience, would you take the pawn?
Oh, that's a great... So you mean to say bishop takes F3?
Well, he's actually done it.
Oh.
Queen takes and bishop H2. So he has done it here. But is it a good idea? Should I ask them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bishop H2. I think now you have to... Oh, he wants bishop D2. But then I think knight E4 gets complicated. Let's see. Sorry, I answered my own question, which was not the plan, but anyway.
Take here.
He takes on H2, Sagar.
Oh, he takes here.
On H2, okay. That's actually funny. I thought bishop D2 would be on the menu.
But it seems like he's just won a pawn, right?
Okay, so king H1.
Yeah.
Now,
Then
where
I have
would
to
you go?
escape, right? Otherwise, you will trap it. So maybe bishop D6.
Mm-hmm. Okay, if I go knight E4, knight takes, queen takes, you have to play G6. Then see how horrible that knight on D7 is. Usually that's where the compensation is. But here after queen C6, I can defend with rook A7. So for the moment, I've got this breathing space. And for the rest, well, it's a pawn still.
Guys, you should...
Okay, now can we ask the audience questions about bishop D2? Would you play bishop D2? What is wrong with it?
Okay.
Let's see. Why would you play bishop D2?
Guys, anyone here who can answer why bishop D2? It seems like it's winning material. So it's a tough one. Also, I love this part where Vishy is asking the question to you guys. It reminds me of Vishy's childhood days when he was watching this show in the Philippines, and then there used to be questions given there, and his mother would record it, and then he would come back from school and find the answers, and then get a prize.
Yes, that's right. But I think all those puzzles had a solution just straight. You just had to find the. Typically, I think there were more problems,
right?
And you had to solve them. But this is more slightly open question, in the sense that I don't think there's a clear answer, but we can find some direction.
Okay. So yeah, anyone here, you can take the mic. Yes, we have a. You can tell your name and then you can start.
I am Arjun.
Arjun, yes.
I will play knight e4 now and bishop takes rook.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes knight takes and bishop takes f6 and queen h5.
Okay, hang on a second. So let's say you do that. So knight e4.
I'll make the move.
Yeah. Bishop e1. Knight f6, knight f6, bishop f6. I go back to d2. So now queen h5, I can play g6 and you don't have the follow-up. Maybe I could even play h6, but okay, let's do g6 because I took away the h6 square. I think that was my... And more important that black is threatening queen f4 somewhere.
Yeah, that was very cool. Yeah, this actually Achyut calculated take on f6 and then queen h5, and maybe which is interesting. But as Vishy pointed out, bishop d2 is what had to be seen, and this gives black a very good position. So,
by the way, can I ask you, did you consider bishop f6 without taking with a knight? Did you consider bishop f6 after bishop e1?
So knight f6.
No, bishop e1. Bishop takes
bishop f6. Did you consider taking with the bishop here?
Okay.
Do you think still bishop d2, there's bishop g7?
Yes. Now, I wonder if the correct move for black is... What would you play as black? Anyone else also can answer this. So we're not... Yeah. Okay.
Knight f6.
Suppose I told you this is a draw.
Can you have a mic? Sorry, can't hear you. Okay. The here.
First row. First.
Knight into f6.
Yes. Queen g3, there is the queen here, yeah, waiting for you.
No, but let's say you go knight f6.
Okay.
I play knight takes f6. You take with a pawn. And I go queen, I have queen g4, queen h4 and draw.
Yeah.
At least. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even need to look for more. I know there's a draw there.
Right.
So if I told you that,
Yeah.
and I told you you should try for more, what move comes to your mind?
After knight f6. Right?
By the way, anyone else as well?
So, because this position, knight takes f6, gf6, and then there is a... But white could try for something more.
No, black.
You mean after this?
No. Well, we have arrived at the answer. My point was you can take with the pawn as well. So,
Sure, take with the pawn.
yeah. Sorry?
If you take with the pawn, your structure is gone. But there is a bishop here.
You've forgotten to capture my bishop.
Yeah. Bishop D2 again.
I think mentally you've captured everything, but you have to do it in some order. So just you either take on a F6 or you take on E1 and so on. Yeah, here the problem is Bishop D2, no? And now...
Okay, so let's get back here. So you were saying if Bishop F6 here, there was G takes F6. So the original question still stands, right? With Bishop D2.
Yeah, what is the thing? The computer is now, the eval bar is now at flat 0, which means that knight E4 and knight F6 is probably the answer.
Actually, start with Bishop F6 itself.
Here itself?
Yes.
Ah, okay. But then I take with a knight and knight E4, yeah? And that's the thing it wants to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe because of this reason, that if I start with knight E4 and take with the bishop,
yes, actually,
if I go knight E4 and you take with the bishop and I take with the bishop, taking with the pawn might give a, no, with the bishop, you might, taking with the pawn might be the right way, right?
Right.
That's the only way, in fact.
Amazing.
But I'm curious, after GF6, let's just see what happens after rook E1. I mean, I understand, so F5, knight G5, and then you go, what, hit 6? No.
Knight F6.
Knight F6. Simply everything got blocked. Can I play D5 here or then hit 6? Then hit 6 is the answer. Okay.
Guys, what you are seeing here essentially is how a world champion calculates. Yeah, so this is very instructive. And I also am always amazed that Vishy, you are always, I think most of the times thinking about a position, right, in your head. Like even here, when we go to our next position, you are sometimes thinking about the previous position.
Yeah, I can't help that. Sometimes something sticks in your head and then a little bit late I will have the answer, but you will have moved on and that kind of thing. But
so you could actually analyze like two positions that, like you can see this, but you are also sometimes analyzing another one back of the head.
It's possible, but I might be seeing this, but also not fully here. That can.
Okay, we go to one more. We have Iniyan versus Aryan Chopra, and Iniyan has been doing quite well in this tournament, 1.5 out of 3. And here,
dream position for white. I mean, it's just black's position is horrible. At least if the knight was on D7, I would say it's only much better for white. But here, I don't know what to say. With the knight on C6, just no hope. I just play H3, bishop E3, and it's almost resigns. Yeah.
like, how does it make a difference with knight on D7?
Not very much. But the problem is, the main thing is you've given me the D5 square for nothing. And so I can choose when I put a knight on D5, I can choose when to exchange. I can choose whether I capture with the E pawn or the C pawn. So many ways to do this.
Right.
Okay, this is big advantage for Iniyan.
And we saw, I think, Abhimanyu.
Abhimanyu, who's leading, right?
Vaishali. Abhimanyu, yes, he is on 2.5 out of 3. And Vaishali also part of, I think both of them are from Waka. Yeah?
Yes. Well, anybody wants to say what they think of this position?
Oh, that's a good question. Anyone? What do you think of this position? Just take the mic and say. We'll try to give someone else also a chance. Is it okay? Anyone else wants to try? Just what do you feel about this position? White's last move is knight E4.
And do we have someone?
It seems like kind of an even position. Of course, the bar says so. But white has the bishop pair.
Exactly. So these positions, even if they look harmless for a long time, there are people who are quite successful with white. Very happy in these positions. Because of the two bishops, you can keep on going round and round. But I suspect that here I will take on e4. You take with the bishop, and I can play something like knight a4. And then you cannot play b3 because I have knight c3, and I can play b5 and leave the knight there. But it's important, if that knight gets stuck somewhere in the back, then black is worse. But here, because the knight is quite active, it's working out. I think knight a4, maybe knight c4 as well.
I love how every time what is happening with that one piece is always kept so carefully. Like even in that position when knight was on d7, we quickly saw that it's not having squares. And I think that's a very key point, guys, to look at the pieces, what is their potential, which square they can go to. And very quickly here, knight a4 was found. And I think maybe Vaishali, if she plays this, she can equalize.
Yes, then it's almost shut down, because then white is permanently stuck on b2.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
That I feel like the white has like the slightly advantage with the bishop pair, but mainly the position is equal.
Yes, I think that's. I mean, just that even though the position looks equal, it doesn't mean it is equal. You should be careful with black. Computers will play this very easily because they'll put the knight on the right square without any problem. But many strong players have lost these kinds of positions with black. So that's why I wanted to just highlight that.
So while
very good job.
Thank you.
While Vaishali thinks definitely would not like to lose, especially on her brother's birthday. So Prag's 20th birthday today.
Okay.
So falling out of the teenage.
I loved how Vishy in one of his podcasts said recently that they feel like these young talents, but I hope they quickly turn 20 and beyond so that they're more.
Prakhar's podcast recently. So. And nice to see Vishy sir's podcast with Prakhar. Prag did a podcast with Raj Shamani yesterday. So lots of Indian chess podcasts coming up overall.
Yeah, it was very cool. Also, I think in that podcast you showed your game with Aronian. That was great fun to watch.
Yes, very unusual. I did not expect to show such a chessy game.
Yes.
In a general podcast, so that was fun.
And Sagar, before we jump into a quick break, I would like to go back to the Masters section.
Yeah.
Because Nihal, it looks like, has turned it around a little bit.
Hey. Oh my God, he's slightly better. In fact, not slightly, significantly.
Yeah.
Arjun didn't play rook b8. What did he play?
After knight.
No, wait. Knight f4 happened. Black could have played rook b8.
Yeah.
Black has put the king on h7.
Yeah.
White has put bishop on d5, queen on g2, which is 2 moves.
Yeah.
Where did black's 2 moves go? Please tell me. This is a puzzle for all of you. So if you haven't seen it, close the moves. And
they can't see.
Yeah, they can't.
Okay. So where did black's missing moves go? I mean, Arjun could have gone rook b8 and gone back to a8. I don't think that happened.
The last position here. So then they.
Okay, show this position and then show them the last position.
So this is the last position. So the question...
White has made 3 moves, black has made 0. Puzzle for the audience.
What did black do exactly? Because black's position has only made 1 move, while white has done these 2 moves, and it's black to play.
Have you seen these things where in analysis where somebody will say, I can do this, and then I can do this, and then I can do this. And like Arjun was asleep, and then suddenly he puts king on h7. It's 3-1.
Yeah, it's like
3 versus 1, yeah.
Like Arjun has gone for a walk and Nihal made 3 moves.
Or maybe all pre-moves. Exactly, I think that was the answer. Nihal made 3 pre-moves.
Arjun just came back and sat and said, wait a minute, how did he play 3 moves? And he's wondering that. But
I think Nihal has made the first pre-move in an official game.
OTB game, yeah.
Over the board
pre-moves there. But
Suddenly I looked, there's a king on h7, there's a queen on g2 and a bishop on d5. Where did black's moves go?
But on a serious, this looks trouble for Arjun.
It has to be, no? It's three moves. So he put the knight on g4, okay.
Went back.
And then went back, and that's where the moves went.
Right.
So black has lost 2 moves just going back and forth. Do you think he'll play rook h8 and king g8?
Oh, that's why he went king h7.
No, I don't think so. But
No, the threat was, I guess, somewhere bishop e5 and knight g6, right? With the bishop here.
yeah. But then that's a problem after rook h8 and king g8. I go bishop e5 and knight g6 is a threat.
Right.
How bad is this for black? I mean, I understand he has lost a lot of time, but does it matter immediately?
What is the first move that comes to your mind for black here? Like if you were black, would it still be rook?
Why don't we throw this to the audience?
Yes, guys, what's the first move that comes to your mind? Black to play. Arjun is in trouble. What do you think you would play here?
Lots of people on their phones, which is not helpful. But
maybe we could flip the board so they can see.
You want to flip the board? Okay.
So it's maybe easier for them to answer.
Guys, don't look into your phones and answer. Okay, go for it, guys. Don't be nervous. Yeah.
Rook h8 was one suggestion.
H8. You mentioned rook h8. Okay. Rook h8. Rook b8. Okay,
Yeah.
very interesting. Any other moves that come to mind? Sorry?
g5.
Pawn to g5.
G5.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay. Vishy, 3 moves suggested. Do you think any of them are good or some are dangerous?
Rook h8, I also thought was an obvious plan, but the problem is I don't have king g8 afterwards. So till I can figure that out, I cannot follow up with king g8 at least. So rook h8 feels strange for that same reason. g5, I'm a little bit shocked. Maybe knight h5 already is good for white. Or maybe just rook e1 is possible because you cannot take. For the moment, I keep it like that.
Yeah.
That's so cool. G5. Should I flip it here? G5, then rook e1. What a move. Because if you take, I take, and there is a pin here. Ooh. Nice.
You're bringing the last piece into the game as well.
Cool.
And we'll let Arjun think about it while we take a short break, and we'll be back with you very soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fourth round of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters. And what a day we have here. It's a Sunday in Chennai, but with us are two Grandmasters on the panel, and one of them being five-time world champion Vishy Anand. Sahaj, welcome, Vishy. Thank you for another segment with you. It's so much fun to analyze. And a lot of things happened in the last 10 minutes.
Yes, except here, where
Looks like
they're thinking still.
okay. Yeah, as we were discussing this game, do you want to jump to Robson's games first, Sagar bhai?
Yeah,
we can take a look and see what's going on there.
So White got a dream thing. He put the knight on e5, g5, and okay. So let's just try queen c2.
attacking the knight.
Yeah, and now first I will go through the garden variety trap. Knight g3,
Okay.
fg3,
Yeah.
bishop e5, and now the trick is if you go king g7, then rook f7 wins.
Oh, that's very nice.
Also, bishop g8 is sometimes the point, but that's not here. So I was thinking maybe black has to go back to d4, which buys a little time, because if I go bishop h7 check and then queen here, then you're in time with knight e6.
Something like f4 now, yeah?
Yeah, f4, because if you go obviously bishop g8, I solve two. I protect h7 as well,
Right.
which is the key point. But
You remember, sir, last time in Tata Steel, I asked you about the golden pawn. And everyone has been, I asked you whether this is an important pawn, and you said, no, there's no such rule like that. And since then, everyone has been using that against me. And I just remembered this because of the F pawn we just pushed.
okay, yeah.
But yeah.
Sir, there's nothing like golden.
No, Vishy sir refuted that. So when Vishy sir is not here, I'm very much about,
You convinced us.
No, I convince you when Vishy sir is not around. But when he's here, then I'm quiet.
I've forgotten the question. What exactly is a golden pawn?
Whether there is such a thing as a golden pawn, because when generally you push the F pawn, you often weaken the position. So I was taught this by Grandmaster Vladimirov sir during like one of our camps in Kazakhstan, and I remember for 2 weeks all I heard was just the golden pawn, and it stuck with me forever.
Yeah, well, at least I don't, I don't know about it. But, yeah. But this is quite significant progress for White. I mean, when we saw it last, they were here. Oh, he found knight f3, which is strange because he has not even castled yet.
Some bishop takes b2 looks interesting to me here. They said bishop takes f7, or are you just going to sack something?
Actually, bishop f7 works because if you do this, I go queen b3. Now you can, if you go back to the 8th rank, then queen b2 will attack your rook. And if you come to the diagonal, then it's check. So you don't have the time to capture my f3 knight.
You go king g7, then there is queen takes b2, yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
So
very nice line.
Where did he go? Bishop f6. And e5 happened as well.
Now bishop to g7.
Wait a minute. What happens here? I think just queen f3. Yeah.
If gf3, then there is queen takes f3.
Yeah. Because if ef6, then I can play fg2 and I'm winning probably. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, queen takes.
Yeah, you can play bishop e6 or something, and your king is more or less.
Knight f5, queen e2, king f8, and where's your attack kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
So this was nice. Knight g5, d5, bishop d3, knight f5, and just castles. Nice stuff by Ray. Okay.
It's a bit interesting because previously, black seemed to be doing quite fine, but then where do you think exactly black went wrong?
No, we are not paid close enough attention because knight f3 seems to be very principled.
Okay.
The knight gets to g5. I was just explaining it takes 4 moves to get to f4, but here it just got to g5 in 2.
Okay,
So
good point.
we weren't paying attention.
Right.
Arjun is still thinking.
So let's go to Arjun's game against Nihal Sarin, and after Queen G2, Arjun is still thinking. He's down to 16 minutes. Nihal has 50 minutes.
But Nihal must know that he's got this in the bag almost.
Right.
So he must have this feeling like, I've got to make sure that I bring this point in. Especially after missing the win against Anish and quite a very good position against Vidit also, right?
Yes.
Right.
So
Close to winning.
yeah.
But somehow the clock is ticking for Nihal. So Arjun has made a move. It's not updated on the board.
Is it rook b8?
Yeah, if we can have a close up on the board, maybe we can have the move for us. I think the move is rook b8 side, right?
Rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8 is played. I can see it on my screen. Although this screen is not
okay.
broadcast is there, but this screen is what we can see. Yeah. The rook b8 is played.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I think I see the problem.
And so now,
Yeah, Arjun having around 21 minutes and Nihal having 44 minutes at the moment.
okay.
And he's still thinking.
And I think this is one of the big, since I've seen the position already.
Yeah. So this one seems like after rook b8, Nihal has to find the right way forward. But
It's not a human, it's not a very easy move to find. Since I saw the answer, I'm not going to pretend I didn't see it. D4 is
D4 is
the correct move here. But exactly now, weakening e3, and it looks like knight g4 is a decent defense for black. So to understand that this is the best move, I think it's not that trivial.
So what's the difference between playing something like d4 and sort of preparing for it, maybe with some rook e1,
Yeah.
and then playing d4?
Admittedly, I would lean towards rook e1. I might find knight e4 because if you take, anything pointing in that direction is a good thing.
Of course.
And the thing is, when you have the d5 square, you'll constantly put the bishop and the knight. You'll alternate there and for maximum effect. I think I would find both rook e1 and knight e4 before I found
rook e1
and that I would find d4. But
correct. So in this position, Sagar, we were talking about the move knight e4, which
let's have the board. Yeah, now we can.
So knight e4, which sir mentioned, is maybe a more practical try here. Black goes knight takes e4 and bishop takes e4, and he says this is a very, very good position. But the main move by the engine d4 seems a bit computerish. Yeah, that feels unlikely.
Yeah, to be fair, I think now the engine is d4 is just minuscule fraction ahead of knight e4. So knight e4 seems to be very playable. Funnily enough, rook e1 it's least enthusiastic about.
It seems like a very natural move, right? Getting your last piece into the game.
Yep, absolutely.
But I think the problem for me is after rook e1, knight takes d5, he's gone knight e4.
So knight e4. Nihal playing one of the best moves here.
Nice. So your suggestion.
But this feels very natural. But anyway, after rook e1,
so rook e1.
Computer wants to go knight takes d5.
Yeah.
And doesn't want to go knight takes d5. Apparently, queen g5 is the answer, but that
looks a bit difficult.
I would not consider cd5 here because I would think, well, I've spoiled everything. But in fact,
cd5 is the move, yeah.
Yeah, cd5.
Wow.
Okay, it's changing its mind all the time. But cd5, I would think cd5 is a failure of White's plan almost.
But how? What exactly? Even after knight e4, to me, it's not very clear. Like after, let's say, knight e4, bishop e4, what exactly is White's advantage that is so much better? Is it the d5 square or the weak king or?
Just first of all, for me, the things that jump to my mind are knight d5 and rook f4, rook f1. So that's one plan. I mean, in a cautious version, if that was not possible, I'd play h3, rook f2, rook f1 also. Because once I build up that kind of mass, then f7 will collapse. The obvious idea here is bishop on d5, knight into g6. So you'll have to decide something for that. And the thing is, where are you going to put your bishop and all that?
It's actually tactical, yes. This position very tactical.
Very, very tactical. So, what do you think has gone wrong for Nihal so far in this tournament? Because he has had such great positions. You know, even against Vidit, he had more time as well, but Vidit sort of pulled a.
That much detail I don't have, but it's strange because he's a very good finisher.
Yes, exactly.
So, and he normally calculates very fast. So something went wrong.
Okay.
Whereas with, let's say, Vincent, he was worse out of the opening, and I think that's a kind of logical story. But the remaining two games, even if later on he had a chance, that's kind of accidental, I would say.
A bit.
But with these two games, it's quite surprising.
Should we look at the game of our leader, Vincent?
Absolutely.
So Vincent versus Anish has some progress here. C5 is on the board, and Vincent has maneuvered his knight from f3 to d3, put his pawn on f3. Very complex position.
Yes.
Do you think white is slightly better or black is?
I feel white should be better, but I see the eval bar is at flat. So I don't know what to say.
Why do you feel like white is slightly better? Like the piece placement of white?
I just feel. I mean, if I had 5 seconds to choose a color here, I would say, okay, I'll play white. Yeah, is I think my logic. I don't know how helpful a method it is, but that's what I would go.
Right. Would a move like d takes c5 be useful for white here?
Sometimes it might be critical, but we have to be careful because black then can play queen d6. So my bishop on b5 right now is sitting pretty. And
Okay. So right now it's roundabout even, and Vincent is putting some pressure. Vishy, you played Anish for many years. And he's kind of at this stage, maybe he went down in ratings. He's coming back up. He's reinventing himself. How do you sort of gauge him as a player? Is he evolving into a more aggressive player? He was very solid, right? Back in the day.
I think he's aggressive, solid. For me, doesn't really capture modern chess. I think he's well prepared, and he tends to make classical moves. You know, plans that are well known historically, kind of very rough description. And I think now he still operates within that parameter, so he doesn't do the completely crazy stuff. But you have to follow the herd also. If everyone is going in some direction, and that's the thing, then you have to do that, and he's doing that. He must be quite happy with some of his rapid and blitz results, but not all of them. I think in did he play Warsaw or?
Yeah, he played, I think, in one of
Zagreb.
the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, I think Warsaw.
He did pretty okay in blitz, I think, the last day. Zagreb, I think.
Okay. Yes, I think, because he played Magnus as well.
Correct. Okay, then we have this game which is between Vidit and Pranav, which was this Berlin. Kind of forced us to look at also the games of the challenges. But do you think the game is heating up here? Still,
it's funny. The black knight doesn't have a single move. There's no square for it, but the white knight is also trapped. It doesn't feel obvious that these pieces are trapped. But then the black bishop on e5 is trapped as well. The white bishop on d2, it's not trapped, but it can go back to c1. So the pieces are kind of stuck in their place. None of them are in any imminent danger because they're all trapped. Black cannot attack the white knight because he can't move a piece to attack it. And white cannot move his white knight on e4 in order to attack f5. And so this is a very strange position to play in that sense.
Kind of stay like a zugzwang here in the center.
But Vidit has doubled, and so there's a lot of tension there. If any piece clears, then suddenly that it becomes very powerful.
And optically speaking, do you prefer white here or do you prefer black here?
I think I prefer to change the board. I have no idea what I prefer here. It seems to me both are slightly struck. I mean, maybe because of this d6 pawn, I might have said white, but I'm not really convinced either way. Because as I said, I don't see my next move for either color.
Mm-hmm. So you prefer neither.
By the way, guys, Nihal's advantage has grown massively because Arjun has gone wrong with his last move, bishop f5, and we have the blue arrow on the board, which says it's the only move to fight for the advantage, which is knight takes f6, like a big advantage.
Actually, there are two moves I see in here. There's also knight g5 check apparently.
Yeah, I don't see why it's not working.
Yeah, there are
or maybe knight blue simply means the best move. It may not mean the only move, right?
It means that it's an only move in the position. So it's an only move to draw, only move to win. Otherwise, there's a very big difference between the evaluation thing. But I think it could be a bug.
Maybe it's not the case here, yeah?
What do you want?
No. I prefer it like that.
So knight g5 also you think which is a good move? Check.
Look, bishop on b2, bishop on d5, knight on f4, rook on f1, and knight g5. I have to say, when you said knight f6 is the best move or the only move, it broke my heart. Because knight g5 is just dying to be played, right?
By the way, these two bishops does remind, I think, of your game also with Arjun, yes, recent. Like you had those two bishops.
Yes, c5 and b7, yeah.
So, by the way, among some 62 games played between Nihal and Arjun, 4 classical games, and this could be the first result between them. All draws. Yeah, all draws so far.
But this could be a big blow to Arjun's chances in this tournament, and you know if he was fighting for the rating spot and so on, because it feels like Nihal just might cruise through here. Yeah, the position is so good, and look at Nihal's body language there. He looks relaxed.
Wait a minute. Put knight g5 check.
Okay. Knight g5 check.
Yeah.
King where? h8 or g8?
I don't want to. H8 looks.
Well, both cases, yeah. Okay, so go to g8. Then I go e4.
Apparently, that's a blunder.
Yeah, I go e4, and then next move is bishop takes e5 and knight g6.
Right.
Oh.
So why is that not a problem?
Isn't there queen d4 check in? Okay, so if I go bishop d7, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah,
bishop takes e5. I go queen takes e5. Oh,
then knight g6.
You're right. Queen d4 check. I was thinking maybe some knight d5 and something there. So king h1, I'm guessing, sir?
Yes.
Knight.
Oh, yes, you're right. After knight d5, maybe just knight f8 is very prosaic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, but then the next problem. Put the king on h8.
Yes.
I go e4. Make a move.
Bishop.
Because the bishop takes e5, knight takes f7, knight takes g6. Everything we checked.
Oh, wow.
So after knight g5, am I supposed to play king h6?
No, because then bishop takes e5, knight takes f7, queen g6 mate.
No, one second. King h6.
No, but
I to start with e4.
First of all, how can knight g5 not be the best move in the position? And second, isn't this amazing? And look, the Evalba is going through the roof.
No, after king h6, right? This idea.
Yeah, king h6 I thought good.
Mine has gone through the roof before king h6. Let's see what happens.
No, you are right. Knight g5. So that was a...
6 is the best move.
Yeah, it is.
Everything else is much worse.
But king h6 is basically impossible, no?
No, but king h6 is also losing. But then it's tougher because Then Nihal has to find some moves like Queen G3 stuff, and not E4 doesn't work there.
E4 there is, I think, Knight D5 and
Knight
Queen
D5 and G5 is like, that's the trick.
Very tricky actually.
The problem if I go bishop takes e5 and knight. So here knight takes d5, queen g5 is the trick.
Right. That's why the king is attacking the knight.
So after knight g5 check, black has to play king h6 to sort of keep that pressure on the g5 knight. So maybe we play queen g3 also feels very logical. You're just mating in the next move.
But then knight h5.
Knight h5, some rook f5.
Oh no, knight h5 because queen g5, and knight g7 is still there.
Knight
You're basically using a big
Still knight takes g7. We forgot that piece. So
knight h5, king h5, black has to play.
Oh.
Like, yeah, can we just have this on the screen? Knight h5, king h5. I'll also play it over here.
Arjun's king going for a walk here.
it would be crazy if the best move in every position was king h7, king h6, king h5. And the only two move to avoid mate was to keep going forward.
Apparently, this is also a loss after king h5 for some reason. I don't know.
I should hope so.
Yeah.
For my sanity.
Yeah, big mistake. Bishop f5.
By the way, Arjun has gotten up from his chair and Nihal is like fully relaxed. Nihal is like yawning 1 yawn per minute.
Even yesterday it was the same. He was in time pressure and
That
he was yawning.
That was a full yawn.
Full yawn.
That was a full mouth, a hippo opening its mouth kind of yawn. And that was perfect.
It would be like Nihal yawns his way to victory and Rigby wins. He's just, let's see if he manages to do that. But yeah, position looks terrible right now.
Did he play knight g5? Not yet.
Not yet. He's thinking. And we had one more game, Karthikeyan Murali versus...
No. Stay with it, please. That's what you have to say. I mean, if knight g5 happens, I want to say Arjun, whether he can go king h6 or not. But this is the craziest game I've seen. First, Arjun sacrifices 2 moves. And then bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop
I mean, I understand they don't have comms, we have comms, all that. But come on. What is going on here?
Maybe Arjun just got into this kind of tilt in the game, right? He made one bad move, then another, and it's kind of tilting away this position.
For me, this game is just very hard to explain.
So, I have a question for you in this sense. Nihal's opening preparation has been very, let's say, interesting and very strange at the same time. But today was the first time when he had a substantial sort of disadvantage from the opening itself. Like we saw some 0.6, 0.7, something like that when we left. But suddenly he has a very good position again. So could this have been some very deep preparation, or am I just over analyzing this?
No, it cannot disagree that much with your thing. I mean, it was clear that h5, h4, h3 and the thing was actually decent for black. It's not as bad as it looks for humans because you put the knights on g2 and g3 and I didn't feel practically it was bad for him. But look, these positions are not easy to understand because we're not familiar with them. We didn't grow up with them.
Right.
And it seems that rook b8 and b5 gives the counterplay, but you have to study this position carefully to understand it. It's not that easy because something is different in the way pieces are. I mean, normally I get the f and g file like this. I would be very excited. So I was quite surprised to see the opposite. And then
Nihal in this tournament is working with Vishnu Prasanna here. And he's here and maybe there is something with him that, because he's staying here and they are preparing this stuff. Maybe they're not preparing much. They're just coming to the game each
day. There is
something new.
Some
close Sicilian stuff and so on.
Especially that game against Anish, with that opposite colored bishop. It was so thematic until a certain point. For sure.
Vishi, I was talking.
Maybe Vishnu is sitting there thinking what movie we'll watch tonight. Or maybe Vishnu is in the room thinking what movie we'll watch before tomorrow's game. I don't know. But no, I'm kidding. He's probably working on some scheme like this. But Nihal's openings have been like this for a while. He doesn't seek out direct struggle. He's looking for things to be able to play. It's difficult to say because they keep on switching time control, so it could be just practical. I prepared this for that time control.
This looks so, done with the game already.
He's doing all his stretching exercises.
Stretching, all the yawns. It's like maybe all of his energy is spent, sort of exploring the position.
What are the times? So Nihal has 30 minutes left. Arjun has 15.
Yeah. Oh, he takes on f6. Wow. Interesting. Nihal playing like what the engine wanted him to.
Maybe they do post-game interviews?
Yeah.
I know what
if Nihal says, no, I'm not gonna, but even you guys should ask him. Nihal says, yeah, knight g5, but I didn't like king at 6 either. I'll be a fan for life. I mean, not like king at 6.
But it's quite possible that he...
Look, even when I saw knight f6, I realized it's good because nothing changed. My bishop is still on b2, it's still on d5. It looks good for white. But if I had knight g5 check...
So maybe after queen f6, there is knight h5, I think, right? Maybe he likes that more.
Knight h5 and rook f5.
Rook f5,
right? Yeah, you can show that.
Maybe that's what he likes more. Isn't that just winning?
That is winning. But what is you have for bishop f6?
Same knight h5, in the same position.
Bishop h8?
I wanted to stack on f5.
And queen h3.
Yeah, queen h3. So something there. I didn't calculate that.
Oh, so it's just knight f6. What did he take it with?
Bishop takes.
It okay, thank God.
And now
knight h5.
Now knight h5 anyways.
Can I? Knight f3 doesn't help me. Knight f3 check. Rook f3, bishop b2, and rook f1, and then you're still kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I also have rook f5, no? No, sorry, there's rook g8 at the end, never mind.
I can come back g3 and still play rook f5. So,
yeah. No,
but rook f5, bishop a1 is a bigger problem.
I was thinking rook f5, g5, d4, but I missed rook g8. Yeah.
Oh, that. Okay.
There's this rook g8, which is quite nice. My idea was to have this queen g7 and b2, both of them attack. Yeah.
Too much talent. But wait, rook f5, you go bishop takes a1. What's the point?
Rook f5, bishop takes a1.
Queen h3 or something.
Yeah.
And if gf5, knight f6 check. King g7, queen h7 check. King f6, queen h4 check.
H4, yeah, you win the queen.
And I win the queen. Then everything is collapsing. Okay.
We can't mate on e5? Oh, that's tragic. I was thinking that queen h6, queen f4, but...
I tried it.
Yeah, it's not working.
Queen f4, king f6. Queen h6, king e5, queen g7 I tried. Queen f6, queen g3, f4. That's the problem. Otherwise, it's fine.
Yeah. That's tragic.
So here, instead of queen h4,
king e5,
you go queen h6, queen g7, queen f6, and now queen g3, you have f4. Okay, then knight f6 is makes sense, no? Because black has only 2 moves, and if you're winning against one of them, there's a very narrow path.
Right. Direct. By the way, Sagar bhai, there is an update incoming. I think the game between Robson and Awonder is going into a repetition. You should check it out. Because Robson seems to be slightly better in the game.
Oh, they repeated this way. Knight d4.
Seems a bit strange, no? Yeah.
I don't know if Robson will take it, with queen c2. Because if he plays queen c2, Awonder can claim it.
Oh, yeah, he's given up his advantage because he cannot go back to c2. I mean, at least given up that advantage that we saw.
Right.
So now...
But he could play on, potentially, with rook
e1, something quiet. I think we saw a similar scenario with Diptayan and in round 2.
Pranesh.
And Pranesh, yes. Because
but black is threatening f6, right?
For example, rook e1, f6, he takes bishop.
Yeah, maybe rook e1 is the best move against f6 because suddenly my pieces are.
You mean bishop?
Bishop e5.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. See, it's a golden one.
Yeah.
Okay, so here maybe it's a key moment in this tournament for both these players, whether draw or you play on. Robson can try to continue here. Meanwhile, the other games are very even.
By the way, in Nihal's board, he has played knight h5. It is on the board, so there's going to be proper
Wow,
fire.
that means he has seen knight f3, rook f3, bishop b2, rook f5. Otherwise, you cannot enter the line.
Yes, exactly.
In a way.
No, but you can also play. You can't do rook f1 here, right?
Because then bishop e6. Of course, even there, white is better after knight f4 or.
Oh, is it winning? I can see the bar just taking a big jump in that position.
Is it rook h? No, not rook h3. It must be just knight f4 or bishop e6 and knight f4.
Oh, it's just.
What is the
Yeah,
best
knight f4.
Knight f4 is the best move. Okay.
So maybe it's just rook f1 also works.
Yeah.
So Nihal is really closing in on the victory here. His first win, and it will be first loss for Arjun.
What a turn of events, actually. And Vincent, how is he doing?
Yeah, we should go back to that game. Because now the lead is in play in some way, I can say.
Somehow it looks like these players are also going to find a way to repeat in this position, but I don't know.
Yes, it seems that despite everything, these hanging pawns in the center are not easy for white to exploit in some way.
Yes. As you said, d takes c5 is not a good move in this position.
Yeah.
But that's where my mind would go first. It's difficult to make progress with the white pieces. What about something like h4, h5? No.
You play it.
So this is
Shall
all.
we look at Vidit's game?
Yes, let's look at Vidit's game. Still very even there.
If queen b2, the queen is getting trapped. Rook b1, you cannot play queen a2 at least. Because then I go rook a1, rook b1. Yeah, b1 and then
Queen trap. Vidit should be careful here to take that pawn. I don't think he will.
Is it equal so far? No progress from either side. Queen b2, queen a3 is also not making any sense. No?
By the way, Vishy, did you know this was like hello? This was like Vidit's first classical event after nearly 9 months. His last event he played was in November. So he hasn't played much classical chess. And I think yesterday was his first win in Chennai Grand Masters because he played in 2024. I don't think he won a single game there. So
I thought he won one. Didn't he win one game?
He
or he drew all the he started -2 and drew the
rest. I think so. So
he lost to Arjun, right?
Back then.
Last year.
Last year, first round he lost to Arjun.
Correct.
Yes.
He was better winning even at one point.
Yeah. And right now, and Vishy, yes.
By the way, Robson Ray and Awonder Liang actually went into it.
Oh,
very similar to that game of Diptayan actually, because he also had a good chance to win, but then they also repeated because of time. I think.
Also, these tactics are easy to. I mean, we put in 2 moves and then we see the eval bar jump and we are happy. But at the board, maybe it's more complicated to decide these things, right?
Okay, so draw in one of the games. And
Arjun has played knight f3 check.
Has he? Wonderful. So we might see that line.
Sorry, Sagar has been trying to see this game for a while now and I've not given him a chance. But if you want, we can go back there.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So knight f3. And I think rook f3 is very likely here.
Seems post chess.
5 moves happens in that game. Sagar tries to look at it and he will say, no, but Arjun is now resting his head on his other hand. Let's go back and have a look, and then we come back again. I'm not giving you a chance.
But you know, Vishy, I have a feeling that Jorden is slightly taking over, no, here in this endgame.
I can't tell, because for me, if white plays f4, then white has made progress. But if black plays rook takes c3, then black has made progress. I don't know which is happening faster.
He can do directly, yes, f4.
No,
I mean,
well,
like
yes and no, because if bishop d5, you have rook g2 mate suddenly, and you have to check what happens there. No, here I'll go knight f5 and take on f6. I mean, if you play f4.
Right, right.
But hang on, if knight takes e5, then can I go bishop takes g5?
Knight d3.
Rook e3?
E3.
Or maybe I throw in knight e6 first.
Yeah, knight
I
f2.
will play knight e6 first. I mean, go bishop g5. But it doesn't matter. I can throw it in.
Yeah, it's very, very tough.
Yeah. But is just a nice endgame for white. So you can't take on e5 yet. But if I go rook a3, you'll go bishop d2, and then what did I gain?
Yeah, maybe so. Then we should go back to the leader.
He did go rook f1 and
oh, it's happening. It's happening.
But if bishop e6, then knight f4 is just unbelievably strong. Oh, because look, bishop e6, knight f4, bishop d5, knight d5, put your queen anywhere, e6, let's say. I played d4. And your bishop, then you have lost the bishop also. I get the f6 square, g5 square, everything. So it'll just be total destruction.
This is such a nice move. I think just blocking the bishop and winning it there.
I think this is a position where white doesn't want his opponent to resign. It's such a good position. You know, you don't want to.
You don't want the game to finish.
You don't want the game to ever finish. It's
yeah, it's so very good.
Wow. Oh, he goes queen h4, which was the best move, I guess.
Yeah. No, he will still put fantastic resistance. The question is, I think you just have to take on f5 and take with the other rook and.
You just take twice. So
yes.
take.
Because I always have knight g3 for any rook g8.
So if g8 here, you can.
Knight g3.
Knight g3. And then this is very good compensation.
Correct.
And if bishop e5 or something.
Bishop e5.
Queen f3 maybe.
Yeah, you're.
Wow. Oh, rook h5 is the threat.
So rook g3, h3, queen g3, and this beautiful game finally ends in an endgame. So.
Which should be winning for Nihal.
Yes.
As he wins this pawn. But yeah, this could happen potentially going into such an endgame.
Yeah.
Vishy, we have like 5 minutes with you. I wanted to ask you one question. I was with someone here in Chennai and who saw you at the Tal Chess Club when you were a little kid, and they narrated to me the kind of visual, and it's in my mind, that you used to be there, and there was one board which was a very special board, and you used to play there like the entire day. On Sunday and on weekends, it used to be from afternoon, and on the weekdays, it used to be in the evening. And you would not get tired. It was winners to stay, and you would keep playing on and on and on, always. How would you do that? Like, I mean, is it accurate? Do you have these memories of Tal Chess Club?
That's a pretty reasonable description. I mean, of course, we had winners stay. So if you have a good run, then you tend to stick around. But I mean, if you're, whatever, I was 10 or 11 years old, stamina is hardly a problem. So that's also helpful.
But what is it about chess that made you fall in love back then and has stayed intact even now? all these years, because I see you analyzing many times, you still get excited so much and you're looking at these lines, you want to know what's happening. What about chess just attracts you so much?
It's very hard to put into words. It's something's fascinate you. You can never quite get them out of your head. Chess is a typical case in this thing where chess players will often keep on thinking of a game for 1 or 2 days and that sort of thing. Maybe it's just the search for the answer.
Wow. Search for the answer. That's so...
Okay, he's gone bishop h3.
Oh, knight g3 he played.
Oh, so he's just taken the f7 pawn.
So I think the position is not completely winning for Nihal anymore. So
Nihal didn't take on f5.
Wait, isn't there a problem? If I take on f7, you don't take, but you play king h6. How do I not lose the exchange?
Oh, bishop g7. The point is bishop g7. There is some very crazy line there.
Well, now, I mean, here...
Instead of king h6, there is bishop g7. And now white has to play... I mean, I just saw it on
Knight f5, bishop f5, rook f5.
I wouldn't be able to see it, yes, but that is correct. Yeah, knight f5. Bishop g2, rook g7, king h8, and some rook f4. Or, no, sorry, knight h4. Seems crazy, very, very crazy.
Yeah.
So actually, Nihal seems to have slightly messed it up, yes, here?
I thought rook f5 was much more clinical than knight g3. Okay, but let's see rook f7. I'm baffled as to why king h6 is not a decent move. Oh, because of rook h4. Rook f4, sorry.
Which is like that king h6 idea so much that he's trying to...
Finally, when I come to it, it's not working. But because if whenever you have queen f4, I have queen takes h3 check, and that's the problem. What did Arjun play? Bishop to... Oh, Nihal hasn't played rook takes f7 yet.
The only move in the position to have any
Yes.
advantage.
There's also rook f4, by the way. So it can't be the...
Can I take and play king g5?
No, your king is on h7 right now.
Oh, yeah. So the king is on h6.
Yeah, rook f4 here.
But then I can go queen h6, no? The queen takes...
Oh, correct. Yeah, you have queen h6, so that doesn't work. Yeah. So then I have to take on f7 and somehow come back with king h6.
So take.
Yeah.
King h6.
Queen f4, yeah.
Oh, rook f4. Ah, no, rook f4, yeah.
But you...
Oh, rook f4, but queen f4. Ah, queen h3.
Yeah, that's also good.
That's another thing.
But usually, this is the
still
moment...
winning, yeah, then for Nihal.
Sorry?
It's still winning for Nihal.
No, but he doesn't have to play rook takes f7. He will go bishop g7 straight.
Ah, yes.
That's the only move, I think, where...
And then you have this knight.
By the way, let's just do the... Take back one move. Knight g3. Before knight g3, let's see the eval.
It's plus 2 points.
Okay, and after knight g3, it has dropped to...
Plus 1.
Plus 1. So, the worst good move in the position, something like that almost.
Yeah. Keeps his chances alive.
Yeah, very much. I mean, big advantage, but...
This is the moment when Nihal usually has a slip up, I think. In the past, at least, he's had a good position, but one sort of inaccuracy and then the game kind of goes like.
By the way, we are now close to our next break, and before we take one, and Vishy will be going back. Vishy, how was your experience at the Chennai Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters? How do you like the overall arrangement? Did you see the playing hall and everything?
No, I haven't had a chance to go inside, but I think it's certainly this commentary setup is very nice and gives people a chance to engage and have a good time. So that's a very good thing. And honestly, look at if you have games like this, then it's perfect. Yeah. Well, with such games every day, and yesterday also there was so many decisive games. Or was it day before? Four. Yesterday was 4 out of in the top group. And
yes.
By the way, shall we quickly scan the challenges?
Okay.
Also, sir, it's also Diptayan's birthday today.
Oh, okay.
He's playing on his birthday as well.
Prag and Diptayan both, yeah, today.
Yeah, that's insane, no?
Which year is Diptayan?
He's 96 or 97. I think 98.
Oh, okay.
98.
By the way, Abhimanyu has now a very big advantage.
Yeah, he's a clear pawn up, and Vaishali is making the mistake of putting more pawns on black squares. So if white exchanges queens, the bishop ending also will be trivial.
Right. So Abhimanyu should win. Harika and Leon, it seems like the H file has cleared up.
But it's still horrible for black because
queens are up. Yeah.
Yeah, but I could put one knight on f5, put the other knight on g4. So king g2. Then just so easy to play for white. Yeah, no, the difference in pieces is too strong. So both right now.
And then we have Iniyan, who had a great position against Aryan Chopra. I think he has managed to keep it going. B5 was the last one.
I don't see what's wrong if it takes to b6.
Yeah, it's the best move. Yeah. Then you could even maybe sack the next day.
Yes, but even fe5 is such a threat.
Okay. So Iniyan doing really well against Aryan, and Harshavardhan against the birthday boy. Oh, that position where bishop h2 happened. And black is a pawn up. But as you had mentioned, the knight is not having great squares.
But by now, well, look, if I make a move like queen c6, how you have to control?
Rook a7, right?
Yeah, but it's black move, right? So maybe some move like rook c8 and then, but then queen f3.
How b5, knight b6, knight c4 does that?
Yes.
Also like queen d6.
So then queen c6, knight b6, and then bishop e7, c5. Wait, no, but we'll play rook c8, that's true. Not rook e8. Yeah.
So what about something like queen d6? I mean, with bishop e7, I think queen h6 check. I don't like this, you entering queen c6. And...
No, but wait, here if I go rook c1.
Just taking over the c file.
And I'm threatening queen c6 or queen c7.
Yeah, I can't even play h6, that's the problem. Because we always have bishop e7.
Yes.
That's the problem, yeah. I was kind of banking on that. Yeah, looks like a tough position.
I think today also, oh, by the way, a draw between Adhiban and Pranesh.
Yeah.
So Adhiban couldn't convert his edge in that game. And that's a draw here. We had left it here, bishop h3 and...
This looks great for white, yeah.
It was very good. Then Adhiban messed it up with something.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So Pranesh is still the sole leader, no? It was him and Abhimanyu, I think.
No, Abhimanyu, yeah, Pranesh is on 3, but Abhimanyu will move to 3.5 because he's winning against Vaishali.
Right.
But guys, a great time we have had with Vishy Anand. Let's give a huge round of applause for him for coming here and gracing the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters. Thank you, Vishy, for your time. And we will take a short break and be back on the other side.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back with round 4. Sahil and Kincho alongside me. Let's jump right into the action of the Masters section.
I cannot tell you, the games are going crazy in the final moments. We have to jump to the Nihal against Arjun game, which is the spiciest game right now. This is where he left, I think. Nihal, first of all, took on f7, bishop g7, and now he played a brilliancy.
Wow.
Beautiful.
To f5, attacking the queen, and if you take it here, there is late in one with queen g7. So, of course, he couldn't take it. He plays bishop takes g2, rook g7 check, king h8, and takes the black queen as well. And now, this is the current position. What do you guys make of this and the time situation as well?
Yeah, the time situation is getting tough right now. I mean, Arjun is like very surprisingly having a tough time. I mean, especially after the opening, which was not so clear for Nihal. Now he's giving a very difficult time, and we know that Nihal is actually amazing when it comes to time scrabbles. So let's maybe break down the position a tiny bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Arjun surprisingly low on the clock, and Arjun has to find this bishop h3 move. Remember, no additional time. He's got to play on the 32nd increment, and Nihal, not at the board. That's a power statement, Sahil.
No, but Nihal, we've seen him make mistakes in this zone. Right now in this time, if Arjun can hold on for enough, he can battle these demons right now. He can play the only move in the position, Bishop S3, for example. Then Nihal has to find some good moves because there is, well, a pretty dangerous threat of Rook F1.
That's like a checkmate in one.
Yeah, not so likely that the players are going to miss this, but at the same time, you do have to be collected because suddenly the position is becoming so tactical, and you really need to be collected, and with such low time, it's gonna be very, very tough.
I have to say, I love this time control. We are in current situations when both players don't have any time, and imagine if both players now get like 30 more minutes to think. Like, it just changes the dynamic of the position. I love it. Now Arjun has 5.5 minutes. He's thinking. We don't see him in this situation often. Nihal with more time. Okay, predictions. The final result, Rakesh.
I think it's going to be a draw.
Kinshuk.
I kind of feel the same, but I'm gonna go for actually Nihal getting this in the bag.
Wow. So I'm going to go for an Arjun win. I think our panel is totally divided. Let's see how Arjun plays this. Meanwhile, an important look at the Vidit game as well against Pranav, because it seems like, if we move to the current position, G4 was played, and now this is the current position. Vidit is slightly better.
Yeah, and this is a great position for Vidit, and we have lots of fans, and also Vidit's wife is here, so definitely rooting for him. And knight e1, rook e1 on the board, Sahil, black. And Vidit can just play for two results. Either it's going to be a draw or he's going to win.
Yeah, I think this bishop is a strong piece. Bishop g7 just to trade off. And what do you think about the time situation? Yeah, both players roughly having the same time. But I think even here, we're going to see some blunders happen pretty soon.
Definitely, the players really have to still be so collected and calm, because otherwise, just one small mistake and the whole game can slip out of your hands. We have seen this before in this tournament even, and it's difficult, but these players have to be prepared for such situations, and Black is threatening by a lot. Just look at those two rooks on the E file. You don't really want to get trouble with them.
And look at Pranav, he's zoned in. He knows the value of this opportunity to beat Gujrathi. He will, of course, keep pushing the Vidit in the driver's seat right now. Meanwhile, Erigaisi has played Bishop H3. And now there's a big threat of Rook F1 checkmate. And the only way for Nihal to maintain his advantage is knight to F3. How likely do you think it is that Nihal fights this, Rakesh?
I think very likely. If you could have the footage of Nihal thinking, he has to come up with this move. And very interesting, in the rarest of rare scenario that we get Rook F1 checkmate, Arjun joins the leader because Vincent Keymer drew his game.
Yeah, very interesting. And I think Vincent will be pretty happy, right? Kinshuk, I think from how well he's played so far, and Anish, to draw with Anish is never a bad decision.
Yeah.
We know that Anish is one of the best players in this field, and getting a draw with Anish is always nice, because you don't want to start crumbling on those points, and I'm sure that Vincent is also getting tired. All of that pressure that comes with 3 out of 3 is difficult to maintain.
Yeah, and of course, can we have the cameras of Nihal and Arjun? That would be nice to see. And meanwhile, knight f3 played by Nihal. Rakesh, you correctly predicted it. Now Arjun has to find another only move, and that is bishop f5. How likely is it he finds this one now?
That's a little tough. You're just helping the rook to capture the pawn after bishop f5. Not really sure about the whole idea why it's important, and that is what makes it tough, Sahil. And with 4.5 minutes, Arjun fans have to be worried. This is not looking good.
I have to agree. In fact, if I tell you the next move, the best move for Black here, if you want, you can take a guess, but it is ridiculous. The only move after bishop and rook d6 is king to g7.
Oh, wow.
No way.
And the idea is rook to f6 to trade off this active rook. That is not easy at all. And for less than 4 minutes for Arjun now.
Yeah. See, Arjun, he's staring, he's calculating for sure. We know Arjun loves to calculate without looking at the board. And it's his tournament. Quantbox's own Arjun Erigaisi. He definitely is motivated to win this. Kincho, does he find the crazy engine idea?
I'll be honest with you, it's tough to see it, but I have a feeling that he's gonna find it. It might be a bit far stretched because there are so many other options, but
yeah.
You never really see Arjun nervous, but here you might actually be able to sense that something is going on. He feels that something is happening here, and when in these situations he will probably sense that maybe it's like a special case, maybe it's not like an average move that I have to do.
I think he'll find it, because first of all, white has a lot of sense. First, the pawn is hanging, of course, but also rook h6 check, right, just to win the bishop. So you have to move the bishop somewhere. You don't have these squares. You don't have g4. You don't have e6. And bishop d7 just feels I can just take and attack it again. So I think bishop f5, he will play. Whether he'll find king g7 though,
that's
a completely different.
Nihal was out of the frame. He came, sat on the board, had a sip of water and walked away. And still Arjun is thinking.
And we are on 2.5 minutes now. I mean, that is tough, and he is getting ready to move. Is it going to happen?
Yeah, hand is going to the bishop, Sahil.
I think I've not seen Arjun so nervous in this event so far. He's finished second twice in this event. He wants to win this one.
No, Sahil, he brings his hand back down.
You can see that he is genuinely nervous. I mean, you don't really see him like this ever.
My God.
Imagine Nihal.
He moves his king.
That's a big mistake from Erigaisi, Arjun. And now not
some blunders.
Oh my God.
Double question mark. Nihal Sarin is winning and he's giving the commentators a stare, guys. I got this from now.
But this is very difficult because rook g3 now attacks the bishop. And where do you move the bishop? Let's say you go bishop f5 now. There is knight g5 check. And where do you move the king? For example, king h8. There is knight f7 check.
Oh wow!
No, this is suddenly very tough. I mean, Nihal has 60 minutes to find rook g3, and once you start ruling, and he took the pawn.
That's the second best move. Also a decent move by Nihal. I think a practical move. Yeah, he grabs the pawn there, and now Arjun puts the king on g7. So. Ooh, king h7, king here.
And you see, Sahil, rook b6 is the blue arrow. That's the only move because the same idea repeats. Black wants to play rook f6, trade that active rook. So Nihal has to find rook b6 to maintain an advantage.
There's also this other idea of king f2 maybe. And if you play rook f6, I can just take and play king g3. So somehow I'm getting rid of your bishop. I can start pushing these h and d pawns very quickly. But that's completely different strategy. So let's see how he handles this. Kinsho, I mean, Nihal has a huge edge. Yeah, what do you think he will do? Do you think he'll kind of go into the think tank and come up with the best move? Or do you think he'll play quickly?
To be honest, I mean, rook b6 is also like really comes from intuition, right? You want to get that pawn. I mean, the bishop is looking there very, very nicely. And I mean, if he sees this rook f6 idea from Arjun, then it's not that difficult to find. So I genuinely believe that he's gonna play rook b6, and with so much time on his clock, I think it's very much doable.
And using all that intuition and skills from chess.com and his offline games. Maybe Nihal is about to play rook b6. Sahil, can we jump into Vidit's game quickly? Because Vidit also under 4 minutes now.
I think this is where we left it, and bishop g7, a nice move by Vidit. But on the contrary, Pranav also finding the only move in the position, attacking the queen. And now the queen has to move. And an important decision for Vidit. Does he offer the trade of queens?
It's a tough choice.
Very good question, actually, because I mean, it's not so easy. Once you trade off the queens, you either capture back with the rook and sort of let go of that big pressure on the e file, or you take back with the pawn, and in that case, the pawn structure doesn't look the best either.
Also, the committal which once you trade the queens, somehow I think Black's advantage is more solidified, but also Black can potentially take advantage of this weak white king at some point. So Black also loses something. So it might cement with its advantage, but might give him less winning chances as well. So very interesting. Just 3 minutes, by the way, Rakesh. Only 3 minutes.
It's a tough choice, Vidit wants to really get another win after his round 3 win yesterday. I think it's a tough choice for Vidit. He wants to also play quickly, but it's an important decision in this game.
Yeah, if he can win 2 in a row, that will be a huge confidence boost for Vidit Gujrathi. Can he do it right now? 2.5 minutes. He's thinking. You can see he's shaking his leg. He's a bit nervous. I think body language-wise, Pranav looks like very confident right now. He has faith in his position that there is enough counterplay for me.
I mean, when you're sort of the quote unquote underdog, when you feel the taste of the victory, or then you just become so much more confident, and you just lock in and do everything in your power that you can. On the other hand, when you know that you're playing against a weaker player on paper than you, and you start feeling the exact opposite, so the taste of the loss, then it becomes very, very difficult. And Vidit is now on only 2 minutes.
Yeah, you see Pranav holding his pen. He's ready to write down the move for 1 minute almost with it in the tank. He puts his pen down. He knows he wants with its clock to keep ticking away, Sahil.
Oh, and Vidit plays and he offers that trade. I think Vidit realizing, you know what, I have limited time on the clock. Let me offer that trade. And White also pounces on that quickly, yeah?
Oh, okay. And Vidit recaptures with the rook. And
I think Vidit can now play a bit quicker though. There's this possibility he can play a few moves very quickly and gain some time on the clock. So his time is much safer now. So let's have a jump into the game of Nihal against Arjun, because we have a bunch of moves. King G7, and after Rook King F2 was played, and Arjun does find that critical idea of Rook to F6. And now, of course, takes, and now this is the club.
So, okay, he didn't play Rook B6, which is, to me, it's a surprise, but I think King F2 also is quite intuitive, because you want to bring the king closer, because you know you have these pawns on the D and the E and H pawn, and you know you want to push them, and that is only possible if you do have the help of the king.
Yeah, and Sahil, basically bishop versus a bishop, and 1 knight and 3 pawns versus your rook in a way.
Wow, so that's a lot of material, and depends on how Nihal can pile on the pressure. Now, as you mentioned, Kinshu, it's all about the pass pawns. Imagine this pawn being on D6, this pawn being on E5. It's already resigns for black. But imagine if the black rook suddenly chops off a couple of pawns, then it's completely winning for black. So even though the bar says it's roughly slightly better for white, I think it could swing either way in just one mistake.
Definitely. And as we mentioned earlier, the time is crucial here. Nihal has 12 minutes. And Arjun is on 3.5. I mean, it's super, super tough. And you can see that Nihal does feel that, something is going on.
Yeah, and Nihal not having the greatest of tournaments so far, but what a way to get back in the event, beating the top seed and coming with a win with him against Arjun Erigaisi.
And there's somebody in this hotel cheering really, really hard for Nihal. Do you know who that is?
Is it Vishnu Prasanna?
Vincent Keymer, because if Nihal wins, he removes his points compared to Vincent has, and then automatically Vincent is like way ahead of the competitors. So he's cheering for Nihal here, and meanwhile Nihal kind of proving himself. Okay, after a few losses, I can still kind of come back.
Yes, Nihal has a thing. We quickly jump into the challenges section for a brief 90-second look, Sahil. Yeah. Because looks like Abhimanyu Puranik is going into the lead. He is about to beat Vaishali, and very tough day on her brother's birthday, Prag's birthday today.
And Abhimanyu will be on 3.5 out of 4.
Yeah.
The favorite to win, yeah.
And the game is already over.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Vaishali just resigned on the camera, and Abhimanyu is keeping the lead.
Absolutely, and that was an impressive result.
Perfect timing to go to this. Let's check in after Prag's birthday. There's also Diptayan Ghosh's birthday, so we can see how he's doing against the qualifier Harshavardhan.
A rook endgame. I mean, there was somebody who said all rook endgames are drawn, but I will conveniently ignore that advice for now and say you have a double pawn. I'm going to push for a while here, and of course, Rook E7 maybe, getting the rook to the 7th rank. So I would say white with more time on the clock, better pawn structure, is still pushing.
Yeah, for sure. I think white in the driver's seat, and it's somewhat of a mini revenge for Harshavardhan, because it was Diptayan who knocked him out in the online qualifiers. So
he's like, I'm back here. I'm going to take my revenge. So very interesting. And of course, be Indian is completely. I mean, what a center this is, yeah. I mean,
This is beautiful. I mean,
This is over.
it's like, you ask White, okay, where do you want to put your pawns? Hypothetically, just choose 2 squares. He's like D5 and E5, done. And he got the ideal position.
no, but this looks fantastic, and I mean, Black is so stuck, and it's like whatever you move, you will either get into like these E6 pushes. The knight G6 is possible at some point. White can also bring the bishop on E4 and the rook also. So it's for White it's so easy to make moves, and we also see that Inian is up 7 minutes almost.
So Indian also on the verge of winning yet another game and also going back to the Masters. I think we have a move from Arjun, and King G3, the best move was played by Nihal, and now Bishop to E6 offering that trade. So question to you, Rakesh, do you think Nihal should trade those bishops?
I think you can ignore it. Just come ahead with your king. So because if Arjun takes the bishop, your pawn comes ahead, the other pawn is running, and those passed pawns will be tough to stop.
I mean,
He goes for it.
Oh, all right.
Wow.
I mean, Arjun for sure cannot take that. That is not a possibility here. But how can you actually make progress here with Black? Because the rook is kind of tied on B8, and so I'm assuming maybe we have to push the pawn somehow.
Yeah,
it's not so easy.
Also depends, yeah. Is he playing for a draw, or is he still hoping that he can turn the matters? Because if he's playing for a draw, I would just play B5 exchange as many times as possible.
I think a player of Arjun's stature knows his position is bad. Arjun is playing to defend this game because you don't want to be 1 point behind Vincent. Half a point, it's still within striking range. So Arjun, 2 minutes 50 seconds, got to save this.
You can see the cogs, the cogwheels running in his head. I mean, he's definitely he definitely knows that he needs to come up with something, maybe some tricky idea. But it's really difficult with the time.
Yeah, I mean, my chat was really hoping for a Vincent to win. They wanted to see a clean streak, but I think Vincent is right now pretty happy, the happiest man in the hotel right now. And Arjun, still under time pressure, still not able to come up with the best move. What can he do? I mean, he can put the B pawn to B6 or B5. I don't see anything else here. If you move the rook, I will pick up the pawn on B7 as you mentioned, can show. So Arjun has limited choices and still he's not able to commit to the move because he's not satisfied with it.
While Arjun is thinking, maybe just we can very quickly look if something happened on the other boards.
So going to the Vidit game, I think the cooling trade happened. King came out, E6, knight C5, and they're maneuvering their pieces around, but no major development yet. If you pick up this pawn on B7, then there is rook B8, exactly what Gujrathi wants to kind of break open this strong pawn chain. And again, White also now, slowly going down the clock.
This is tricky. But at least Vidit has, he's an exchange up. So Vidit is pushing for the win. In that position, if you have the lower time, it doesn't matter. But for Arjun, the problem is at double. Bad position and bad timing.
A major against Karthikeyan against Jorden. Apparently, Karthikeyan is winning.
Oh, wow.
If we move forward, he chopped up the pawn on H6, chopped up the pawn on F6, and slowly sacrificed the exchange here. Rook takes E4, F4, and suddenly he has all these passed pawns. Black has 1, White has 3.
And 3 is greater than 1. We all know that it's clearly better for White. Murali got upgraded to the A category. So really nice for Murali to show that he can also win against these master players. And in fact, because of which, Abhimanyu Puranik became the top seed of the challengers. And he's here high-fiving his friends because after a crushing win, he's in the lead of the challengers section.
Wow, and of course, now if D3 happens, you have to play C4 and stop that pawn because Black's pawn, even though it's only 1, it's further advanced. You've taken and D3 played by Black, and now C4, the only move for Karthikeyan.
And he finds it, Sai.
Let's go. I mean, this looks fantastic for White, and I mean, it's amazing to see that even though he wasn't mentally also prepared, to be upgraded on in the Masters section, but he's proving it to us that he definitely deserves to be here, and this game is the biggest proof of that.
I think this is evidence that India has so much talent, and when they get the opportunity, they absolutely crush it. And so, as Karthikeyan is pushing here, let's have a look at the game of Nihal again. Nihal finally says, Arjun says, you know what? I'm tired of my passive rook. How long can I stay here? If I die, I'll die trying. And he says, rook to g8, and the rook is coming in the second rank.
And Sahil, I'd like to remind, do not go for the tempting bishop takes b7 because you lose the game.
Wow!
Rook g4 is a checkmate in one. Do not fall for that, chat. And that's why Nihal has to save that first and then go pawn grabbing.
You see, this is the sort of puzzle that I would definitely fall into because, I'm so greedy and I see, finally the free pawn is there, without even thinking. And in that moment, when the opponent touches the rook, I would be like, oh my God. So it's definitely not easy, but Nihal has some time on his hands. So, it's not likely that he's going to fall into any traps and swords, but it's not obvious either what to do because suddenly Black can gain so much activity. And we know that even if we are, down some material, activity is super, super important.
Yeah.
For example, if White will pass a move, let's say a3, it's rook g4 mate anyways. So I think White needs a move, and maybe it is taking the bishop, but that's not what he did, right? He can decide to keep the bishop there, so not an easy decision. Or maybe he plays something like e4 to give himself the e3 square for the king. But again, all of these are committal moves. Now d4 is less impressive because you cannot take with the pawn. So I think Nihal really needs to go deep in his calculations, see which pawn, which of my pawns is the likeliest to give me a new queen? And that pawn he has to save.
You're absolutely right, Sahil. And Nihal was a better in a couple of those games in which he hasn't won so far. Against Vincent also, it was a fighting game. Suddenly he's realized he has only half a point out of those 3 games. So he knows he's been here in this position. Today is the game he has to somehow convert. Otherwise his confidence is going to take a big, big hit.
Arjun Erigaisi, India #1, world #4. If he loses, he might go to India #3. That's how jam-packed the competition is. The difference is in decimals. Kinshu and Rakesh. So Arjun doesn't want to go down. He wants to go after Hikaru's record. And right now, I think Nihal Sarin stands in the way. Nihal on his turn, I think has a couple of losses, wants to gain that momentum, cross 2700 again, and join his close friends at the top of the world rankings. So Nihal, what does he do now? Do you think e4? Do you think something else? What's your plan?
Honestly, I would go with e4. It's the safest. You always keep an open square for yourself, and it's also not as how do you say? It's not that decisive. You can still push d4 somehow, and you will always have the option to take back with the knight. Fool around with the bishop as well a bit. So you have a lot of options here. What do you think, Rakesh?
I like what Nihal has just done. Chop off the bishop, so half of your tactics are gone. Now just run with the h pawn.
He has taken and king takes, and he is following.
Oh, wow.
And he's saying h pawn all the way to h8. Let's go. And the problem is Black now has to allocate one of these pieces to stopping this pawn. And once he does that, then White will say, you know what? One is stopping this pawn, but who will stop this, brother?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, in fact, White has more pieces. Like the king, the knight, and the pawns act as one extra piece. So he has 3 of them, whereas Arjun just has king on e6 and rook on g8. That is 2 pieces. So I feel it's going to be very, very tough for Arjun to save this one.
Definitely. And, you also have to always watch out for some king runs on the queen side as well. It only takes one little mistake and it can all slip out of your hands.
Check. King goes to e4. Arjun now trying to figure out how can I enter with my rook, because the point is the rook is active on an open file. You don't have any active squares. If I could chop off one pawn, just this d2 pawn somehow, the knight was not there, I think Arjun would be very happy. Suddenly this pawn loses speed. This pawn is a bit isolated. But somehow right now, all these connected pawns are the force to be reckoned with. They are not even pushed. Imagine if the pawn goes to d4, yeah, d5, e4, e5. It's completely over.
It's completely over. Meanwhile, another Indian star is looking to enter with the rooks. That is Vidit Gujrathi on against Pranav. Let's see if he can get his double rooks into the enemy camp somehow.
Wow, bishops have been traded off, and the pawn a3 looks quite ugly somehow. And now king g3, h4. Pranav is fighting it out, but I think in the past few moves, Vidit has made some improvements.
No, I mean he loves his positions. We have seen it. He has these slow burn games, and I think he's gonna be actually quite comfortable here. And looking at all of these pawns on h4 and e3, it's not so easy to tie yourself all up together.
And another game where there are passed pawns is Murali, Karthikeyan versus Jorden. Let's get into that. That game is about to finish.
Wow. Look at these. Oh, he had to sacrifice it back, but I think it's time to resign maybe for Jorden van Foreest.
Yeah, if you could get the cameras to see how Murali is really confident and is Jorden about to resign, we can get the handshake moment of.
I think both players are going to queen, so I think bishop will just happen, right? Yeah, so let's say h6, b2, h7. Black is the first to queen, but then when I queen, somehow my king is a lot safer. Yeah, queen c1 check, knight e3, and I don't see any more checks, and I still have two connected passed pawns. Murali Karthikeyan is rings.
Yeah, queen and knight are the best combination. Most lethal on the board, and knight near the king protects all the checks. Murali proving both these principles right, and what a time. I mean, Murali comes back, is about to win against the Dutch number 2, Jorden van Foreest.
I mean, this game is actually just crazy, and you can see that Jorden is in deep thinking. I mean, it's not an easy time for him either. And you can see Karthikeyan is actually super comfortable. He just had some water, and he knows that this is going as he expected.
Yeah.
As he pushes, I think going back to the Nihal Arjun game for a second, a5. So we had d4 as well. By the way, d6, d4 was one of the only moves played. C takes d4, not allowing white to push forward. Takes with the pawn, and now Arjun finds the best move in the position. Pawn to a5, and Nihal, he's creating passed pawns, but he's also exchanging a bunch of pawns. Somehow, if all the pawns get exchanged, maybe this could be a draw as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If only a knight is remaining, it's going to be a draw. So Arjun's dream is to chop off all of white's pawns, and the game is a draw.
Now I think it's a critical moment again. Apparently, the best move is rook h8. How? That doesn't feel like the most logical move, yeah?
Yeah, because you always have these d5 pushes even, but also the knight can come forwards, and it's very difficult here to play. I mean, rook h8 seems to me almost impossible to find, and he does not find it.
Oh, that's a big mistake, Sahil. See it, look at the bar rising.
But knight e5 has to be found now. If you don't find knight c5, I think maybe Arjun could be back. So knight e5, important move. What is the idea of knight e5 though? It's not so clear.
I think black's idea is to push the pawn to a4 on the side, breaking your pawn structure. So knight e5 protects that in advance.
Wow.
It's a very good point actually that you're raising, and it also screams deep understanding of endgames and these positions, and we have to see if Nihal has that.
Somebody chat saying, didn't know Vidit chess loves bullet chess so much. Yeah, by the way. Let's have a look at Vidit's game for a second as Nihal Sarin contemplates his choice. And he has played a great move, pawn to f5. He needs another force entering the game to create some havoc. And now if you take, for example, my king can walk up the board, rook e4 is an option and looks amazing.
Yeah, Vidit in the driver's seat, definitely. And it's Vidit who's calling the shots. Some ideas like he pushed the pawn to f4 as well at some moment. And I feel it's either going to be a Vidit win or a draw. No other result possible on this board.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I think we have a result. Iniyan has won against Aryan Chopra. And what a final position that is. Yeah?
Oh my God.
This is a crazy game, actually.
Wow.
Beautiful game. So congrats to Iniyan for winning that. He goes to 2.5. And meanwhile, going back to the Masters with Gujrathi in a very fitting situation. 51 seconds for Vidit, by the way.
super tough.
4.5 minutes for Pranav. Pranav won the challenges last year, so he's rightfully earned his seat. But can he do it against the big boys, Sahil? That's the question we'll see.
I think he has the ability to put pressure, because I remember Leon was leading the event, the challenge last time for a long time, and then he came back and struck when it mattered. So Vidit will have to, really, he will not get to win a smooth game here. He'll have to really keep the pressure on. And now I think Pranav has that time, utilizing time to figure out the best. Of course, you have to take on F5 here, I think.
Yeah, Chennai boy Pranav is also the reigning World Junior champion, and Vidit himself was a bronze medalist in the World Junior event. So such a tough event. You don't win events like these, without being super strong. So he takes on F5.
Yeah, nice move by Pranav. And now what does, Pranav do? Because the choice is difficult. So sometimes you just have to sit tight. Like the best thing would be not to do anything, and that's not easy.
Yeah, you always have to make some.
He does that, Sahil.
No, but it's so difficult because you can't really go away with the king. You always have to keep it close to d3, or always have to protect d3. But I assume king f2 works because you want to put maybe the knight on f3 and do something. And this is the sort of waiting move that you also mentioned.
Yep, and with it now 51 seconds,
and he's ready to make his move.
Nice, king to f6.
Yeah,
important piece in the end game. Without it, you're not going to win this game. And Vidit doesn't do anything. Yeah, just play those moves quickly, gain some time on the clock, wait for the right moment to strike. Like not commit to anything. Let Pranav also fall down on the clock. Yeah, when once Pranav has 1 minute, the blood doesn't going to come in.
For sure, you see Pranav is little looking. He's not happy with his position because it was bang in the middle. But now it's gotten a little bit interesting for Vidit. And if we can also go into Murali's game, because they did get 2 queens, Sahil.
So, Jordan is like, what, that queen endgame is lost for me. So he tries this bishop stopping, but how can the bishop stop 2 pawns? Now comes c6 check. Wow.
And it looks like Murali Karthikeyan has
already
won.
ended.
Yeah.
Wow, I don't see the result there, but maybe it is over and White has won the game. A spectacular performance.
Really nice win. And, Jordan losing 2 games in a row. That's not looking good for him. But that leaves us with Nihal Sarin versus Arjun and Pranav versus Vidit.
He has found 95. Nihal Sarin fire, putting pressure on the India #1. And now Arjun plays Rook G8. But look at that bar right now. +3 for Nihal Sarin.
It looks fantastic for him. I mean, it just also shows that he did manage to save up some time in the early phase of the game, and so now he can use that time to make these good decisions. And you can see he's going for b4 as well, trying to get the pawns together, create a lot of pass pawns.
By the way, h5 now. He has to find that move. Otherwise, there could be some counterplay. Earlier, the rook had no open files. Now it does have a lot of checks. Yeah, it can get a bit inconvenient. You can't push the pawns if your king is not on the 4th rank.
Yeah, and we all know Arjun's dream here is to chop off all 4 of White's pawns, and the game ends in a draw.
Yeah. But I think Nihal is pretty safe now. It will be almost impossible to imagine like Nihal losing this.
I mean, how?
Yeah, but Nihal drawing this is equivalent to a loss, considering how his tournament is going and the position he had. I think it's time that he wins one, Kinshor.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, even after these tough losses, I mean, Arjun is still, our strongest player here, like way above his rating at almost 100 points difference.
Yeah.
It's 100 ratings difference, and a draw is still nice. But once he tasted, the win, I'm sure that he's not gonna let go of it, and he's gonna do everything in his power to finish this game with a win.
Yeah, and Sahil, in case Nihal wins, that also means that Vincent Keymer heads into a 1-point lead just after 4 games.
And see Nihal there, he's stretching, he's relaxed. But I think he would love to.
No yawns now.
I mean, no times for yawns this time,
Still not committing to a move. Now the time is pretty much even Stevens.
Getting tricky.
Ooh, what did he go play? D5?
It's a big mistake.
Wow.
That was not the best move. Although it still maintains Nihal's slight edge, it was not the best. It's a human move, though, Rakesh, right? I want to play King D4, C5, and do this quite smoothly. So what happens on King D4? I'm guessing just a check, yeah?
Yeah, I have Rook D2 check. You have to block it with the knight, I'm guessing. And then I go Rook far, attack the ball. Sahil, in fact, it was a +3 position for Nihal Sarin, and he has blown it away with pawn to D5 check.
But will Arjun find the correct move? King D6, the only move in the position, keeping an eye on these pawns. If White can manage King D4 and C5, it is lost.
He plays King D4. C5 is a huge threat. Arjun has to stop it. But it is the thing with these 2800s. You have to beat them multiple times in one game.
Only one move in the position. That's it. If Arjun finds this, he's likely going to hold a draw and will maintain his chances and his rating. If he doesn't find Rook D2, I think Nihal Sarin is the favorite to defeat the India #1. So this is the crucial move of the game.
Yeah, let's stick with this because there's a critical moment. It can determine, the tournament leader or how the tournament pans out. Kincho, what percentage of chances do you think Arjun finds Rook D2?
I mean, first idea is always check, checks.
Yeah.
I see check, I give check. I believe that he is definitely going to find this move, and I'm like 90% sure actually. How about you, Sahil?
I think Arjun will win this. I'm pretty sure. I think Arjun will not miss a check, and he gives that on the board.
India #1, world #4. For a reason, Arjun Erigaisi is back and has managed to maybe save this game.
But do you think Nihal will be disappointed? This
100%. 100%.
I mean,
Arbiters coming in, that means it's move 50, by the way. So given an extra pair of score sheets, but it's, I think, too little too late. So let's analyze the line style. Maybe Rook H2. Arjun is going to win this pawn for sure. Pawn to C5, yeah.
King
goes back.
It's surprising to me that King C7 is the only move.
Yeah, it's fair because King D7 allows knight E5 check as well.
Yeah.
And then you win one pawn for sure.
That is check on the board, yeah? Played by Nihal.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, man.
Wow.
And what we are just talking about now is currently on the board, and if I'm not mistaken, King C7 is the only move.
Oh.
So let's see if Arjun is going to find it.
King C7 is the move. I think that saves the draw. Arjun about to play. He's got 2.5 minutes.
Nihal's a bit anxious though. He's like, okay, he's probably not as happy as he would have loved to be.
No
Looks
way.
like, it's another advantage there.
I'm giving it one last thought.
By the way, as Arjun thinks, Vidit Gujrathi is close. He had a great position for a second, I think. Maybe it was an error or something. Okay, I mean, he's still putting pressure. Yeah?
I mean, it looks very much like, if when you're up in exchange and even if you're lower on time, it's the other person who has to prove that, even if I'm down on exchange, I can hold it or I can beat you. So, it's not so easy for White here.
White is like Rook H2, Rook H1. I have decided my next 15 moves. You tell me.
Let's quickly go into Arjun's camera and game if possible because just one important move for Arjun and then he can save this, and I think after that our whole attention can be for Vidit's game.
But it's great to see two Indians battle at this stage. But Arjun would love to hold this to a draw. I think, as a chess player,
Wow! Blunders!
Wow.
King to E7! Nihal has a chance again! That's why we love this game, Sahil.
But is it easy to find? I think D6 check is the obvious move. You want to play this, check the king, and now if you go king, and he gives that check in a second.
Wow.
King D7, King D5 is a simple win. I think it's understandable. What happens on King E6 now?
Do I have like knight F4 check?
I'm thinking of the same
Knight
actually.
F4, King D7, and now King D5. Yeah.
Yeah, I would be maybe worried of the checks, exactly.
It is tricky. It is
Really tricky. By the check on the board, we'll see what Nihal does. Now, King E6 is an important move, I think.
Yeah, if Arjun has to put up a good resistance. King E6. He has just 1 minute on the clock.
And look at Nihal, just, rolling in the chair, just standing up, while Arjun is completely, under pressure, doesn't know what to do exactly.
I think this is difficult. Yeah, 55 seconds for Erigaisi. He's
very tough.
Strong. He's very sharp. And he finds King E6. And now your move, Rakesh, knight to F4.
It's still tricky. And it's the exact evaluation. Like knight, 3 pawns versus the rook. It's been going on for a while. And let's see if Nihal finds. Nihal also down to 4.5 minutes, by the way.
You can see him visualizing the board when he's looking away. And is he going to make his move soon?
I think he will. He's about
Yes.
He's ready to go.
And he plays it.
By the way, this is why I love this time control, because imagine if this was like extra time, you would get like 30 more minutes now. It would really just, it would be the end of the game for Arjun anyways. So it's amazing. And now King D7, and now there are multiple moves, but it's not an easy choice. I would love to play King D5, but there is this irritating check by the black rook. So how do we move forward?
It's tough. Can I go knight G6, protect my pawn with the idea of knight E5?
That's interesting.
Very good point.
And wait, what do I even do actually? It's not simple. If I give a check, maybe you go King E5, I give a check, then what do you do?
It's actually super tough.
So, okay, how are you wanting the checks though, first of all?
And I assume you start going around maybe with something like...
I'll continue checks.
No, like King F5, a rook F2, knight F4 maybe.
You want to go this way?
But I wouldn't be surprised if the bar, swings down to equal. Let's play knight F4. No, knight F4.
Knight F4. Yeah. Wow.
And maybe now you can also push the...
Now see the bar comes down. It's still tricky.
It's still tricky.
And so Nihal is thinking rightfully so. I mean, we can also see now that we're analyzing that it's not like such an obvious position, even if the bar is showing us that, white is completely winning. So it just goes to show that how important it is that every single second of the game, you're completely focused and you never let go of your focus, because otherwise just one small mistake can cost you half a point or even a whole point.
True. And just a brief look at the Vidit game, because there have been huge updates. He did double up his rook on the H file, and now E4 takes. So we're going to have a rook for a knight and a pawn. Rakesh, is it a theoretical draw, or will Vidit push here?
I think Vidit will definitely push. There's absolutely zero risk for Vidit to lose. And in time pressure, you never know. Pranav can crumble, and the point is there is a knight and a pawn for the rook, which is almost 4 points versus 5 for the rook. But I think because they're on the same side of the board, Pranav's chances for a draw increase, and he'll need, Vidit will need some help from Pranav to win the game.
Yeah, so likely result a draw with less time on the clock. Maybe he used to play fuse quickly and gain some...
Yeah, he's in no danger. So I think Vidit will push for at least half an hour more.
Yeah, so going back to the Nihal game quickly, because I think this is the game which could end in a couple of moves as well. Nihal about to play a move.
Oh, I'm curious how he's going to approach this position.
He's excited, yeah?
Yeah.
He's excited right now. He stopped himself. He's also...
I've never seen Nihal this excited. You know why? Because he normally plays online only. But can he do... He's by the first time below Arjun's time in this time pressure phase. So the pressure's getting to him as well.
Nihal Sarin, I think, was one of the first prodigies, right? 2600, I think, very, very strong. Now he is...
Knight? Yeah, he's going after the knight. Arjun ready to write down the move?
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
He finds one of the best moves and somehow defends the pawn, prepares knight e5 check. And black's best move, for example, is rook h1, which is... You can play this if you have 30 minutes, not 1 minute.
Yeah.
No, he can. It's just like that ding chilling. Just got to chill. Like, don't do anything. You're like black's king and rook are on the perfect squares. That's why you got to just chill sometimes and play rook h1.
But knight e5 is coming, Rakesh. I'm scared about
King e6. The problem is the edge pawn is undefended, so Arjun has to just play rook h1 here.
Critical moment again. Arjun was one moment away from drawing that game.
He's getting ready actually to make a move. Sorry to interrupt you. Arjun is under 1 minute now.
Wow! Finds that move. Rook h1 keeps this pawn under check, under locking key. And now white has to find a way to push one of these pawns, which is not easy, as you mentioned. Knight e5 check, king e6.
Yeah, not easy at all.
The bar says plus 2.3 Kinsho. I don't see a plan because knight e5, king e6, I'm again stuck. I have to go back. And if I go king d5, there is check. I again have to come back. So I'm trying to figure out the easiest plan to win, but Nihal will have to think.
He is reaching for a piece soon.
Both will have common pose, yeah.
Okay,
95.
95 does it, right?
Yeah, maybe like king. Yeah, Arjun plays quickly. Knight
Immediately.
e6 back. Oh, he comes back.
Knight f3.
That's not a good move, Sahib.
No, it's a decent move. Unless Arjun finds rook c1, which is apparently the only move in the position. Don't ask me why. And I don't know if Arjun will also realize it because this is so weird.
Yeah, and now you can't keep the pawn on the h file under check with rook h3 because that's a blunder. Knight g5 is a nice fork. So Arjun definitely won't play that. And rook c1, Sahil, you said, is the only move.
Yeah, for example, if you play, let's say, king d7, king d5, if you give a check, now the knight has this.
That's Nihal's idea. There you go.
Yeah, and you've basically created a barrier between the king and the rook. So very important moment for Arjun, who has 49 seconds on his clock. He's been playing on the increment for a long time now. Every move, takes a toll on you.
And I think rook c1 is the only move. Other than that, it's like -5.
Yeah.
Wow!
Wow, rook c1. And now what do? Now it's not easy for Nihal to push either. Does he go h5 now and say, okay, now bring the rook back?
It's possible, actually.
Pressure for both players.
What a delight to see these two players play,
Amazing game.
High level chess. No blunders, right? Like just playing really good chess.
Few numbers of blunders only, but I mean, this position also shows like how difficult chess is. I mean, you only have like how many pieces, like 5 to 6 pieces on the board, and it can still cause such a big headache to the players even. And just to imagine, how much preparing and how much training you even have to do just to be familiar with such positions.
By the way, 7 pieces on the board, so something a table base can definitely tell us what the solution is. But I think Nihal has to do it on his own. I mean, 50 seconds, he's like a bit too relaxed for me, Rakesh and Kinshu somehow.
Yeah, he's, been there, done that, so...
this is where the game starts for him usually, so...
Yeah, loves to play bullet. Nihal under 40 seconds now. Sal, quick prediction from you about this game.
I think Arjun draws.
Arjun draws, Kinsho?
Tough. I'm going to say still that white is going to win.
Yeah, Nihal's going to win. Can we get some votes from the audience? Do you think it's a draw or Nihal's going to win?
Everybody who thinks like it's going to be a draw can raise their hands maybe.
Okay.
Oh, and Nihal wins?
Oh, wow, lots of people. And h5 on the board.
Wow.
So people who voted for the win, Nihal's going for that. He wants to deflect one of the pieces away and then push these central pawns.
Ooh, rook h1, knight g5 check was the only move, and now king d7. We are literally playing in only moves for both players. So you can see one mistake by either side, it's over.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great idea. Now king d7, Nihal wants to go knight in the corner. Knight h7. If rook h5, there's a knight f. Oh, he goes the other way. He goes knight e4. The point was, if you go knight h7, quickly, just in 1 second, one move ago. If now, not the rook takes pawn. If king e6, Nihal had knight f8 check, and then you start pushing c6. So because he's come from the center, he will not have that option.
And look at how difficult Arjun's moves are. First, it was Rook H1, the best move.
Yeah.
Now Rook C1. Now Rook H1 back. And now only move is Rook H4. Like his moves are so difficult, he's finding it on increment. That's how strong he is. And Nihal against somebody like me would have won 5 times by now.
We would not have reached this position. But yeah, I think if there's anybody in India who could find it, is Arjun here.
Arjun's defensive skills at the absolute test right now.
Meanwhile, I'll just give a quick update about Vidit. Vidit's still pushing.
Yeah.
And Vidit's gotten an entry with his king, so that's looking good for Vidi. Let's hope he converts. Back to Arjun's game.
H4 is the move. Will he
30 seconds?
Oh.
Only move. He needs to pin that knight. Otherwise,
normally we say pin and win, but Arjun's got to pin and draw. Can he do it?
20 seconds.
Oh, this is getting difficult.
Oh, no. Arjun Erigaisi there. What player?
If he holds this and watches the stream later on, it'll be insane. The defense is so difficult. Rook H4. And now, look at this surprising fact. The only move for white is King E3. Okay, that's crazy.
That's
crazy.
difficult.
And everyone in the audience, any other move apart from King E3, the evaluation is 0.00.
Because once you move here, this comes with check now. And that's a big difference. So King E3 unpinning, this is not easy for Nihal Sarin.
I think what else do you play? You've got to go King E3, right?
Or King D3, no?
King D3, is there
exactly,
a draw?
it's not clear. King D3 is equal. Like, it's so complicated.
You see, 1 square difference.
Wow, high level chess from both players.
And King E6 only move from Arjun. Oh my god.
What do we do here?
Super Sunday. What a delight to have 2 of India's young stars playing absolutely amazing chess.
And I think now the question is, you can't push any of these pawns because I'll grab them. This pawn is hanging right now. So maybe Knight G3 is one of the moves to save this pawn. Do you see any other moves here?
Man, it's so tough, Nihal also down under 50 seconds now.
Yeah, but this is the sort of situation or position where you would, sit down a bit and just think. But the problem is that the players have no time to think.
Knight G5 on the board side.
And now King D7 again. Only
that's easy.
Played.
Yeah. Gaining some time, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Getting some shouts before draw. I don't think Nihal wants that. He's just repeating the position to gain some time.
Rakesh, now Knight G5 is the only move, but he's only been there once, right? So Knight G5, King D7. Now he has to find Knight H7 or it's a draw already.
Wow.
Because he repeated once.
We are in the only move zone then for Nihal.
This is difficult. I think Nihal probably repeated once too many and now he has to find Knight G5 and Knight H7. The move you stated way back here.
That's the Knight F8 idea, and it's like Nihal Sarin versus Arjun, one of the top 2 boys who got sponsorships from big companies and chess.
And now Knight E4 back is an instant repetition.
Yep. So is Knight H7 coming?
Yeah, he has to.
Wow. Insane. I can see Harshit shaking. He can't believe it. This is crazy. What's happening?
And in Harshit style, Mamma Mia, what a move by Nihal Sarin. And I think if he wins, and this is the move that got him there.
The rook on H4 is saying, bro, I've been to H1, H1, H4, and his job is not done because now he has to go to C4.
Wow.
Oh, that is so tough. That is so tough.
I don't think he finds.
But luckily, Arjun, because of the repetition, he has got 2 minutes. That's a big plus. Earlier, he was down to 30 seconds. And the repetitions, and Arjun has gotten 1.5 minutes more.
Kinshu, does he find rook C4?
Tough to say. I mean, it's not an easy move to find, but we have seen Arjun finding these moves before, so I kind of have a feeling that he might go for it. I mean, he's thinking it through, and he's always a really punctual player. So I believe we're gonna see rook C4 on the board.
Yeah, if you move the rook here, he can move up, and rook G4. There's a 4, so not many squares for the rook. Anyways, rook C4 attacks the pawn, so definitely a logical move, and one of the moves Arjun is considering, but will he play it though?
Can't capture on h5. Don't forget, knight f6 is a check. And players are playing for the FIDE circuit points. It's a huge tournament for both players.
And Arjun for rating as well. He
Yeah.
does not want to lose rating points here, so it's an important game nonetheless. 57 seconds, and Nihal is chilling here.
Nihal is rotating his chair, just chilling.
He's like, bro, I've been waiting for 5 minutes, bro. Let's finish this now.
Arjun under 45 seconds.
We are sitting, on the edge of our seats, and look at also the audience here, live audience here in Chennai. Everyone is glued to the screens. It's such a crazy game, and look at just.
Arjun about to play. Looks like on the H file. I thought he's going on the H file.
It is the rook, but when it is, where will he move the rook?
Wow!
Wow!
Rook C4. Arjun bhai OP, what a heroic defense by Arjun.
And now he's threatening to take this pawn.
And it's a draw.
This fall, then both of these pawns are hanging. So Nihal now has to find one of these two moves. He has to force the king to move and push those pawns quickly.
Which, by the way, I think knight f6 check is the only move.
Knight f8 also, I think, has.
Yeah, I'm a little bit ahead with thanks to Sahaj's laptop. I have a stronger engine.
Supercomputer with you.
Knight f8 is a draw, guys. Knight f6 check, only move for the win.
Wow. Nihal Sarin, unfortunately, doesn't even have the eval. Forget the engine. He has to use his mind, which is
50 seconds, both players. So just to repeat, knight f6, win. Knight f8, draw.
But knight f6 is, something that maybe you can, you can find because, it's a check and it's also intuitive. But maybe the difference between knight f8 and knight f6 are not that easy to find.
Yeah, true. Nihal about to play under 30 seconds. Oh, he misses it. Now king e8 is the only move for Arjun to draw the game.
But are you sure it's a draw, yeah?
Yeah. I'm on depth 30 with Stockfish, so. Shout out to Sahaj.
What depth are the players on though?
35. Players are too strong. But king e8, as you can see, the blue arrow, only move for Arjun to save the game.
This is an insane endgame, yeah? Not what I've seen for a long time. So much fun to watch this.
So much to learn for everyone, for all rating levels.
Ooh, and we are under 20 seconds.
Arjun, king e8.
To find king e8 or the game is basically over.
Yeah.
Think he's reaching?
Oh,
yes.
5 seconds.
4,
3. Oh, yes, he plays it. He has 33 seconds, which means he played with only 3 seconds.
Your engine was stronger than mine. Very obvious now. The bar has gone to equal.
Yeah.
And now the pawns are falling apart. Apparently, D7.
Sahaj, it was your engine, by the way. No. Your engine was stronger. So, wow, the game is drawn. Not drawn,
okay,
about to.
Objective result. What actually happens on the board is a mission.
20 seconds, Nihal, chalo.
17.
Both players actually with steel nerves here.
Wow.
Oh, he's about to go in. 96.
Oh my God.
6 seconds, Nihal. King D3 played.
Oh, wow. You can't take this pawn, by the way, because of
D7. Wow. Again, Rook C1. Only move for Arjun. 24 seconds. Does he find it, Sahil?
I think he will. Rook C1 only move on his loss. What a beautiful find by Nihal in time pressure.
Arjun has 15 seconds. Rook C1 only move. Sahil spraying.
No. I didn't even realize what I was doing.
7 seconds.
5 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 4. It's game over. Simple fork. Nihal can't believe it.
Look at this. King comes to E7. Am I queen? You take the queen.
My God.
And he plays it.
Nihal Sarin is winning. What a game.
Wait, did Arjun calculate that he can go and capture the H pawn in the end?
But I think his calculation.
See, Nihal calculated. Nihal knows he's winning. Oh, wow.
What a game.
New queen for Nihal. Knight is going to come and capture the rook. Does Arjun have enough time to capture that pawn in the corner?
I don't think so. I think
Wow. What a game! Two good friends, two battlers, two warriors, but in the end, Nihal Sarin takes it home.
I think this was a masterpiece. This was an absolute brilliant masterpiece to watch, and Nihal and Arjun both be very proud of what they've kind of given us tonight on a beautiful Sunday in Chennai. And Nihal gets a most important bit. He's back in the running, and this will give him a lot of confidence.
This game was absolutely fantastic. I mean, so much to learn, and it kept us on the edge of our seats. I mean, I'm even so excited. And I mean, what a time we have here with Rakesh and then Sahil here. I mean, could we wish for anything better here?
And this means now Vincent Keymer is in sole lead by a difference of 1 point.
Yeah.
And he would be, after 4 rounds, the clear favorite to win this. Unless, of course, Arjun or somebody beats him, and it's going to be a exciting tournament up ahead.
But Sahil, all's not done. Vidit is still playing.
Yeah, of course.
Let's jump into Greedy Weedy's game and see, can he convert his slight material advantage?
So he has a rook and a pawn versus knight and 2 pawns. I think rook against knight is a draw, but they're also going to play for a long time, I'm guessing. So whites has some sort of a fortress, like there's no way to approach on all these squares. Maybe the black king has to walk in, slowly try to come to this square, force the pawn to move, then again create some weakness and hope that you win the c3 pawn for free.
For sure. And while this game is good, let's have a 30-second look at Diptayan Ghosh's game. Birthday boy Ghosh Babu has gotten a nice gift because he was completely busted, and from there Diptayan has managed to win a game, and he's in the lead now.
It's that rook end game where you thought white was pushing, and in the final position black won. So
wow,
continues. Yeah, you win on your birthdays.
Yeah, definitely win. And all games of the challengers are done. Only game remaining is the one on the screen, Vidit versus Pranav.
And now knight c4 attacking the pawn. Vidit defends that pawn. Without that pawn, he really has no chances. And now I think the good news of it is he's not risking much unless he literally blunders the king and a rook fork, which he will not do so. So he can just maneuver, slowly bring the king in. And how does Pranav have 11 minutes, by the way?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Pranav is just blitzing, I think. Vidit goes in king e3, trying to get the king to d2.
But king c2, important move, not allowing the king to d2.
Oh, Sahil, sorry to cut you. I have the answer of how Pranav has 11 minutes. So if you go to the 70th move, from the 70th move, Pranav is just moving his knight after that. Vidit has tried, I think, everything in the book, and he's just moving his knight.
Yeah. And you can see all these stars on the board somehow. Never seen that before. Nice.
Stars on the board, stars off the board. Can Vidit Gujrathi manage to convert this? 40 seconds for VD.
I think Pranav, with his time, should be safe.
Yeah.
But you also get the feeling that maybe Vidit will get like 1/2 a chance. And he has to grasp with both hands. If he misses that, I think it will be pretty much a problem.
I mean, Pranav, built his fortress and just, chilling in his fortress while, Vidit has to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, Pranav thinking for the first time, I think, in the last 10 minutes, and king b3. Kincho, that's a very nice word that you use, fortress. Some Magnus Carlsen of the world don't believe in that, but I think this is one of those places where white's pawn and knight structure so nice, so compact that it shouldn't be tough for white to hold the draw.
Yeah, I would love to play king d2, but there is the only move, knight c4 check.
We have some young grandmasters in the audience as well.
Yeah,
calling out all the best moves.
Yeah.
It's a great suggestion, but the problem is knight c4 check.
Just check back. Yeah, there's no.
That's tough for Vidit to continue there.
So, question for you: do you think Vidit, if he gets the chance to go into rook versus knight in game, he will do so, or do you think he'll accept the draw?
I think maybe try for a bit, 5 moves or 5 minutes, and then.
I mean, we've seen, this happen, I believe, in one of the events that you covered, I remember that was
Magnus against Vidit.
yes.
Yeah, Magnus won that game on like the 48th
Yes,
or 49th
yes.
move. Yeah.
So, you can always, give it a try, and depending on how you feel about the game, you can either
I think
continue.
it was just immediately after Vidit's wedding. It was freestyle Paris, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
that one. So, by the 68th move was the last pawn capture. So no pawn moves or no captures for 50 moves, 5-0. Then the game is declared as a draw. So Pranav will have his eye out for the 118th move, I believe.
Wow, what an amazing day so far.
And actually, they have agreed on a draw.
Oh, wow.
I think a fair result. I think
Yeah.
there was no clear way to break through. White's king was kind of cutting off the black king. And Vidit, I think, is happy with the draw with the black pieces. And yeah, both players with a smile on their faces.
Yeah, Vidit was the only one who was pushing for the win. He was in the driver's seat throughout the game. He'll be happy with his game. And, last two games have been really good for him, 1.5 on 2. And I think he was taking on Vincent Keymer. What a game that's going to be. Vidit will have the white pieces tomorrow against Vincent. What a way to stop the challenger by doing it yourself, Sahil.
Yeah, I would love to see the standings and the pairings of tomorrow if we have it. But you are right. It is Vidit with the white pieces tomorrow.
And I mean, it's been such an eventful event here in Chennai. And I mean, the action doesn't stop. Because tomorrow we will have also a lot of interesting and fun games. Yeah, we could have the pairings for tomorrow.
And to wrap it up, Vincent Keymer in a 1-point lead. Arjun Erigaisi, who lost sadly today, is trailing him. And I think it's Abhimanyu Puranik who leads in the challenger section. And Leon also got a nice win today against Harika. So Abhimanyu Puranik with 3.5 points out of 4 in the challengers is our leader. And Vincent Keymer with an identical score of 3.5 out of 4 is the leader.
Yeah, there you see it. The Masters summary. Karthikeyan Murali defeats Jorden van Foreest. Yeah, such an important result for him. Robson draws against Awonder Liang. Nihal Sarin in that epic win against.
Wow, what a game.
Pranav draws against Vidit and Vincent draws against Anish. So a spectacular day. I think the game of the day is clearly Nihal against Arjun. What do you think is going on in Arjun's mind right now?
I mean, it's must be like super difficult to live through this loss because he was making the best moves like repeatedly, and suddenly it just slipped out of his hands. And he was also trying to catch up to Vincent, and now it's not gonna be so easy. So what do you think how is he going to manage to bounce back?
I think Arjun's a thorough professional. He's been there, done that so many times. He'll have a word with his team, his coaches. His mom is here as well in Chennai. So he'll have a word. And meanwhile, I'm excited for tomorrow's pairings. If you could have showed that to our audience as well. Because Sahil, I think tomorrow's game of the day is going to be Vidit versus Vincent.
And also, I think Arjun Erigaisi plays Pranav. So he would love to get that win under his belt.
True.
And, kind of catch up with Vincent. If Vidit defeats Vincent, Arjun defeats Pranav, then suddenly we have two leaders. So it's going to be super, super exciting. We are almost halfway through Chennai Grand Masters. Who do you think will win the event?
I think it's going to be Vincent's event to lose because after the start he has had. But, stranger things have happened in the chess world. Kinshuk, your predictions for the eventual winner?
I feel like Vincent came in with such a strong start and no one seems to stop him. So I really, really think that tomorrow is going to be a very important day in the course of the tournament. And, I kind of feel like Vincent is going to do great things, but I would not jinx it just yet.
Wow, so this is going to be amazing. And meanwhile, I think Jorden, of course, will love to come back tomorrow as well. And who knows, we might have some more guests coming in the future days. I mean, how amazing was it to have Vishy sir on the broadcast, kind of commentating and sharing his knowledge? I mean, it's all happening because of him at the end. He's the one who kind of inspired these youngsters to reach where they are now.
Absolutely, Vishy sir giving us 2 hours of amazing insights and commentary. We have the round 5 pairings on the board. Vidit versus Vincent Keymer, amazing work by production team, putting them in the center, telling us that's gonna be our featured matchup. Whereas Arjun versus Pranav and Awonder Liang versus Nihal Sarin. Your thoughts on Kinch on the other 2 matches as well?
I mean, Anish versus Karthikeyan is also gonna be tough. I mean, Murali has showed how good of a player he is, that he definitely deserves to be here.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be tough for Anish to get above Murali here. And we also have Jorden van Foreest against Ray Robson, which I think is gonna be again a very tough matchup. I mean, Jorden has to bounce back after today and yesterday's game. So I'm sure that we will not be bored tomorrow. Which game are you actually looking forward to the most, Sahil?
I'm excited for Vidit against Vincent because I think that game could be a tournament, defining game. If Vincent wins, then it's just a single through. He wins the event. If Vidit crushes him, then of course the entire tournament goes open. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to be back tomorrow with day number 5 of the Chennai Grand Masters. No rest day tomorrow, of course. We'll have to keep fighting. And thank you, Kinshore. Thank you, Rakesh. And we're going to be back tomorrow with day number 5. Thank you for watching.